right. Well, hello and welcome everyone. Orange Cat and I are here. I'm Pastor Druski. Glad to have you. We are going to be playing some more Heroes of Might and Magic. Good to see you, Xur. Good to see you, Cardella. Glad you guys are here. Cat as well. Today we're going to be playing on max difficulty. The campaign we finished last time was a lot of fun, but it was on the second hardest difficulty, and I do feel that was actually, once you get the ball rolling, maybe it was the map, there was other factors, could have been luck, but once I got the ball rolling, I definitely felt like it was on the easy side. I have never felt like the hardest difficulty is on the easy side, so we are going to go back to that and experiment a bit more. We're going to play some with that today. But once again, glad you're here. We like to play family-friendly games, have good, clean fun, and we are going to get rolling with the quick start, the classic, and also we're going to be trying a different map today. In the past, I've been playing on the very wealthy map of this one, Octavius. Now we are going to go to the cross here. Let me go back to explain why, because this also says it's 2-player, so this is an entirely different experience, but it says that the template is filled with incredible treasures. That's what we want, incredible treasures. So of course that's what we must go for. Good evening. There's a random map generator that's really fun. Is that, hold on, is that Anarchy or is that somewhere else? Glad to have you. This is Complete Chaos. It's a 2-player map. I've been looking at this one mostly because of the wealth of resources, and I don't think it has portals everywhere. Some of these other maps that look really interesting as far as templates, the connections are actually portals to random locations, and you have to memorize like which portal goes where and a bunch. It's a mod. Interesting. We might have to check that out. Unfortunately, I won't be, I don't have any mods right now. I'm not going to exit back out to find it, so probably not something I can do today, but maybe something for tomorrow. We'll see. Now, as far as factions, I have been playing consistently on the Grove and have had a lot of good luck with that. And part of the fun of that one has been the general consensus of the internet seems to be that the Grove is one of the weakest. And so perhaps they're right. Perhaps I have been playing on an even harder mode by picking the Grove. But I don't think so. I think that it's misunderstood. And but I'm going to play in random here. And we're going to just... If it's Grove, fine, but if it's something else, we'll roll with it, even if it's the Hive. We've got to make these things work. We've got to get better at the game. So that's going to be the plan. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to click random, and it's going to go straight to the hero, and we'll instantly know what faction we are. And I'm going to just try to make whatever that is work. We're going to at least give it a one, good attempt as best we can. And we're going to try to pick a hero that goes well with it. I'm not going to do random hero, but we will do random faction. Again, this is on max difficulty, in case anyone didn't see that pointed out. Oh, actually, I haven't clicked it yet, have I? Well, I'm going to click it. We're going to click it. Let me just make sure. Yeah, there's the difficulty. Yeah, we're going to click it. So back to random, and so we are the undead. Now, with the undead, I've been kind of making my own little list off the side, and there's, of course, multiple factors into what makes a faction. You can't just say it's any one thing. They do have, the undead is probably the most recognizable as far as faction skill with the necromancy, and so you've got that going on, but you've also got some other interesting skills for the elite skills for both the might and the magic heroes. And so as I've been kind of taking notes for myself here, you've got on the magic side, you got the Chronomancer, for example, where necromancy works for all creatures, not just undead, which would mean that, I could resurrect a stack of angels or something as angels. And so that's interesting. I don't know how useful it is unless you're going to have diplomacy and things to go with it. Not diplomacy, like the Angelic Alliance, right? So when you've got actually, I think I think undead might have a skill where it doesn't matter what's in your army. You get a morale malus if you mix factions, unless you use something like that. Also, on the might side, you can have enemy creatures always have their minimum either luck or minimum morale. The minimum morale does not guarantee that they lose a turn, because then they just would never play. But the minimum luck one does guarantee unlucky strike. And so, I don't know what the math is. I'm assuming unlucky strike is a 50% damage. And that's a huge, huge damage reduction. So might is interesting. Sorry, the cat is pushing the microphone. Completely off here. Sorry. That's really interesting. But let's also look at our heroes as well, because we can potentially get some extra benefit here. For example, here's a might hero. I'm trying to press the... Here we go. Oh yeah, he just starts with extra necromancy, but he has an additional necromancy power for every 5 hero levels. Like, that's just great all around. And then the Masterful Web is also really good. In fact, it affects all enemies, and I might just say that's my spell. That's my spell right there. And he's a might hero. He is logistics, which is useful, but it's really, that's an amazing, being able to slow everything is just amazing. In fact, I'm just not even going to look at every last one. We're going to pick that for our undead on max difficulty. The idea being, we've got to take on these harder stacks right at the start, and so we need all the help we can get. So we're going to have that. We're going to need some mana to be able to cast it consistently. So we are on max difficulty. Apocalyptic, 200% difficulty. Starting resources, 2,500. It's enough to buy 1 hero. AI gets enormously more resources. The strongest neutral squads get 200% of hard difficulty. They can only be defeated with a perfect army and strategy. AI plays aggressively, commands multiple heroes if possible, develops its cities efficiently, and launches frequent attacks. I do know that there is a unfair AI if you play a custom game. I do know that. But even so, this is the so-called hardest difficulty. Hey, Snoomer, good to have you. Let's get rolling. Again, this is just a 2-player. Part of my reason for that is if I'm going to lose, let's lose on a faster map. So that way we can start over again, right? We can just dive right back in. I've got Orange Cat here, which is kind of why I'm leaning back and I can have the microphone. Ooh, we can potentially get a skill right off the bat. And let's look at our goals. This is going to be where enemies either have the minimum morale or we can have the luck. What is nice about the Harbinger of Doom is that it's always lucky strike, unlucky rather. And you do get some spells, you get the defense. I think that's a little bit more useful than the tactics, diplomacy, wisdom, and resist of the Walking Rot. Now, of course, if they lose a turn, that's a lot more health saved than an unlucky strike. But I feel like the skills in general on the Doom is more useful along the way. I think I'm going to, if I can, I'm going to try to go for that one. Now, our hero starts with logistics, which is not used by either. How's Orange Cat doing? He's purring. He's purring. He's on my lap. He is... he's actually been in trouble last couple of days. He and his brother have been trading off on not just marking things around the house, but full-on rebelling from the litter box and saying, I'm just going to go right here in the middle of the hallway or on the stack of DVDs. And they have been banished to the basement for days at a time. So right now, he's actually quite affectionate, saying, please, oh please, don't send me back there. The subclasses, are you talking, being a bad system, are you talking about the 2 of these? It does feel like you have to take inefficient skills. On the one hand, for the perfectionist of us, right? Like we want to always have like the best builds. But what I've learned from playing Heroes 3 a lot back in the day, yeah, the suboptimal skills. What I've learned is that you always got the same skills. You found the ones that fit your play style, and those were your skills. You always played looking for the same skills. Maybe you had a couple secondary choices to swap in case you don't get to choose the ones you like. But you just always had, like, this was my build. Didn't matter what faction, didn't matter might or magic. This was my build because those were the skills. What I really like about this is it incentivizes, but does not force me to go for skills that I wouldn't normally pick up. So until I play an obscene amount of time on the game, I feel like this is allowing me to experience more of the game in ways that I wouldn't normally go myself. Like I wouldn't normally, pick this path, right? And so just being a older gamer, able to just, I've been there. I don't need to have the perfect game every time, and wanting to just experience new things. I'm okay with it. Now, there has been several times where you go for it and then, you do get locked out. And then you have suboptimal skills and you don't get the benefit of this thing. That is frustrating. At that point, it's almost like, well, do I switch my main hero, try to get another one? Like, that could potentially ruin a run. You could try to get a Hive City, because Hive Cities can reset your hero skills. Well, reset your whole hero. But that's a fringe case solution. Yeah, you tried it and you missed one skill and then you can't get back and you have 2/3. Yeah. I understand. Me too. But I am still feeling like if you play intelligently, you at least have above 50% chance, better than 50-50 odds to get what you're looking for. You don't just grab things, you make sure you grab them when they're available, and if not, you level up your existing ones. Like I've got logistics and necromancy here, which are both at basic, which gives me, 2 level ups per existing skill where I can level up these skills and not pick a new one. So that gives me 4 chances there, plus the 5th one when these things are maxed out. I got 5 chances for one of my skills to appear. And, maybe we'll be able to do that multiple times. Obviously, you want to pay more attention to the free skills, like we're gonna do in a second here, right outside of our town. The free skills, the universities to learn new skills, all of those things. But yeah, you can't guarantee it. Boiled down, ultimately, you can't guarantee it, and that can be a frustration. Maybe make it give you partial bonuses. Well, I could see that for some of them that give you like, here's plus 100% attack. But when you have things that are like what we're currently looking for, how do you do a percentage of unlucky? I mean, I guess you could give them if it's 5, then it's 20% per. They have a 20% chance for unlucky strike. But even then, I don't know. All right, so we're going to hire our guy. He's not a support. And this one is not, like, they're not giving me movement, they're not giving me resources, so I'm not super excited about getting this guy. Our follow-up, crossbowman growth. Oh well. And then control, click. And we can't buy any of those just yet. Oh, I want to swap these two. Hold on. Swap, because I don't want to move just yet. We're gonna go grab this. Some gold. There's a level up, but let's first find out what skill this is. If it's something, okay, Nightshade. I don't think we were looking for Nightshade. We are on Walking Rot. Bad system. Again, I'm not gonna complain about it. So far I might not have been able to min-max every game, but I have had more fun. Sorry, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for fun. I'm playing on max difficulty, and yes, min-max is important when you're playing on max difficulty, and yet I just want to have fun. So, I'm okay with it. But I completely understand that not everyone's going to be. Ooh, and having this fountain... Oh, that's movement points, which is still okay. I was looking for the well. Here's a well. Yes, because I'm going to use the mana restoration all the time. And what's it going to take for this? I need... Can I get 10 alchemy dust so I have an archer right off the bat? I've got enough gold to potentially buy something. We're looking for some wood to upgrade this here. So if I can't find any alchemy dust, do we have any wood sitting around? And I could just go for the battle, and I could slow that, and get mana right back, and that's okay. We'd have our wood, there's our ore. We want to be in here anyway. There is some alchemy dust. So yes, I do want to go in here. We'll go ahead and get the learning stone. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that. Do I want to go all that way though? Because it is wood that we're going to want for this turn. I want to get those law points going early. Well, I have enough movement. We'll have 106 left, 116 left. I should have enough. Okay, so we want the one that looks like a horn. Global map, and it's doubled if you know scouting, which we are going to get. So we're going to have, that's great, by the way, for the movement. Now, I can pick this up along the way and fight it, but I do want to make sure that we can reach both. I want to get the wood. Well, I can probably... How much is this movement wise?
Let's go.
I can do it. I can do it. Let's go, Hadasha! Thank you so much. 10 months now. Sorry, there was a question earlier. Is there a good time? Druski just want to have fun singing. As a former pastor, are you Christian? No, I was raised Christian too. Aren't games like this against the Christian code? Having necros and magics and stuff. Not being rude. Yeah, I don't consider it rude. Your parents were so strict that you couldn't play any games and stuff or against the internet. Never got them why it would be bad playing certain games like this one, for example. No, that's a valid question. That's a valid question. So, this would be a area that a lot of times we tend to be specific and picking and choosing things that might be, if we want to be consistent, okay? If we want to be consistent and rule out anything that might be objectionable, then we can't engage with culture whatsoever. Because you can't, if you watch anything on TV, even commercials now, portray things that would not be a reflecting Christian behavior. Okay, so TV, music, movies, music, books, every form of media, every form of entertainment basically portrays things. So what's going to happen is, rather than trying to live apart from all of that, which there are some who do, and I don't look down upon their choice, but so for example, the Amish and that sort of thing, where they decide, I'm going to completely cut that entirely thing out in order to be consistent. I'm going to cut all of that out of my life. Anything else is hypocritical. If I'm going to say, well, I can listen to this music, but I can't play that game, that's hypocritical. So instead of trying to say, well, I'm going to live this Christian code, as you put it, there's nothing biblical that says you have to be a part of the world. It says you have to be in the world and not of the world. We can't actually be outside of all of these things. So what we need to do is we need to be able to live in such a way that I do not reflect these values that the world is pushing on me. I need to have within me the conviction of character to be able to say, okay, for example, in a game, I recognize this is fantasy. It's not real. Somebody who says, I wish this was real, I would say you probably need some correction there. This is probably not a good thing to match your lifestyle after. But yet, it is also not real. And so being able to have the ability to distinguish between what is real and what is not, this was a big part of like the D&D, anti-D&D craze when I was growing up. I've never played D&D as a result. But I recognize that the scare that kids who play a game can no longer distinguish between what is real and what is not is more of an urban legend. It actually, I don't think has ever happened where kids were unable to distinguish that they were no longer playing a game. Now, is it a gateway? Is kind of the more valid question. Is it a gateway into something that is real? Once again, if I do my own job individually and as a parent or as a leader, as a pastor, if I do my own job, I would be able to say with confidence that we wouldn't even want to be living like these sorts of things that go down that path. So essentially, I can say this doesn't affect my day-to-day living. I can have a castle here with a skeleton and not have to say like, oh, this is evil. It's a faction representing mechanics. If it's starting to promote, if we're starting to say, okay, as a result of me playing this game, therefore we should go out and live this way. We should go out and say, I don't even know what this day would look like. We should go out and basically say death is good, right? Which is what the idea of this whole necromancy thing. Well, that's clearly wrong. But I have yet to meet anyone who has had that reaction to this. I don't actually think that's a realistic reaction to this. 22. I don't have any archers yet, so it's really going to be tough. I guess we could still battle and see if we can minimize that and try to utilize our singles here, but this is going to be a pain. Try to minimize the counterattacks and whatnot. And actually, I don't necessarily even need slow. I need to get to them. This one's ranged. That's the main problem. I was going to slow them. Doesn't help me at all, does it? Now there are things I want to say. There's going to be a line, right? If I start, there's a. The Bible talks about taking every thought captive. If there's a point where my thinking is dwelling on the imagery, the themes, the various things like that, to where I am indulging in things that are genuinely sinful, then yeah, that crosses the line. So for example, there's a lot of games that will have explicit content in them. You could make the same sort of arguments where I was just saying, oh, it's just a game, it's just a game. It's not real. Yeah, except you are going to still have that imagery in your mind, and you can actually still act on that imagery. And yeah, that 100% would cross that line. That would be going from this is a pretend thing here into, yeah, this is now affecting my thought life. There's a line there. It's going to be different for different people, but we would be dishonest if we would say that we are unaffected by these things entirely. That line exists. So each person's going to have their own conviction on where that is, but a lot of times through our sin nature, we're not going to want to be honest about that line. This is going to be miserable. I didn't use the slow because I wanted these things to get farther away so I could fight them at range. I think there's also a certain mentality amongst Christians that boils down to I can earn holiness if I could just look clean enough on the outside. It's the Pharisee mentality, right? It's the whitewashed tombs. If I can, as a individual, as a leader, as a denomination, maybe, where we might collectively say, okay, we don't do those things, so we are better than everyone else. That's a real temptation to say and to do, and that's human nature a lot of times. And that's the sort of thing that I think we can do better about. Sometimes we set those sorts of rules on things that we can easily identify and then be like, not us, but them. Like we can look down our noses at them, but we forget that we have a log in our own eye, right? Like the splinter in somebody else's eye, log in our own. So if we're looking at it from a comparison angle, like, oh, those people who do that thing were better than those people, then we already have a pride aspect, which is probably going to be worse than anything a game like this would be doing. I would say something else to add to all this. I would say if anyone were to be playing this and they felt a conviction to say that I think this is wrong, please don't use what I'm saying here as any sort of excuse to say, okay, I can ignore that voice that's saying it's wrong. We are given a conscience for a reason. We have the Holy Spirit. As a Christian, we have the Holy Spirit telling us this is wrong. And so I would caution against ignoring that voice. That voice is more important than my voice. I can do potentially 20 damage on these things, but I don't know if we're going to. The counterattack would take out some of my like resurrected guys. We still would take some counter damage. I might still wait and get these things in there to do the counters. You're going to get in there to try to get in range of that. I'm sorry, my chat wasn't moving, so I didn't see a lot of your responses. Let me backtrack here. You were asking about games like Diablo, one of your favorite games, Pathfinder, has angels and lots of demons. Would that be okay, or a line? For you, it's still fantasy and more importantly, fun. You know that one? They'll sit in the pub until 23:50 and then bike home, so they are home before 12 and sit in first row in church. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about there. As far as things like Diablo, so I've played Diablo, and I will say I've had fun as playing Diablo. However, when I was young, I would play that and not think twice. And the more I not only matured in age, but matured in my walk with God, the more that the imagery in that game, the glorification of the gore, the death, the demonic, the more uncomfortable I got with it, to the point where I'd say, you know what, I'm not going to play it anymore. But that was a line that I myself had to realize was there, that I don't hold other people to. It was partly as I became a parent and I saw my kids. You know, I was like super uncomfortable if my kids are watching me play this game. And even though I was like, oh, I can just play it. I'm just, hitting things with a sword, and then cool loot comes out and it's all shiny and fun. Like, that was a fun gameplay mechanic. And yet when I looked at it through my children's eyes, it was like, wait a minute, what is it that I'm showing them? And I became profoundly uncomfortable with that. This being on the cartoony side of things, I don't get nearly the same. But I could see an argument where somebody would feel the same. And I don't want to begrudge them that. Ow. I did not realize that they hit all of them. I should have, but I did not. think we have any morale. Yeah, we won't get morale bonuses because we're undead. Yeah, it's graphic. And so I think to me now, it crosses the line. I've got friends who still play it. And I'm not going to be like, well, you're a bad Christian. It's just, I do think that my perspective has changed as I've matured. And I would not be comfortable with my kids playing it. I don't know if this is better or worse. I think it might be worse if we're counting on our skeletons being more valuable than the ghosts here, because the skeletons are going to be archers in a second. Try to do better. Is it 27 skeletons we lost? Well, see, there's also there's actually I would say probably a greater danger with portraying things that are demonic in games, right? Because Heroes is a great example. In Heroes 3, you had actual devils as your units. In here we are with undead things too, which you could also make an argument being demonic. Here's my problem. I don't think the imagery in something like this, where it's very cartoony, is the issue. What the problem becomes is we are numbing ourselves to the and making ourselves used to the idea that things that are quote unquote demonic are actually cartoonish, or in case of other games where they might make it more gory and all of that, where it still is, whether it's portrayed realistic, gore or cartoon gore, you still have essentially a guy in a red suit with horns and a trident and a pokey tail. Like, we're still making it look like that. And in no way has, in any biblical passage, has Satan ever been portrayed like that. Okay, he's portrayed at the worst as in the Revelation, he's portrayed as a beast, yes, but a terrifying beast that's like devouring the world, right? You've got him as portrayed as a lion seeking whom he devour, but most of the time he's an angel of light, somebody who would convince you he's actually a good guy. And that's the scary thing, is that we're on guard, even as Christians, we're on guard against the overtly demonic. I'm going to see if any of these get high morale or something, though they're undead, so that means that won't happen. I was hoping for one to get out ahead and I could fight it individually. So that's not happening at all. So we're on guard against the overtly demonic, and yet the reality is that the things that actually sound like they are good are what's actually the danger zone. So that's genuinely the real problem, is that the church will say this thing bad. Okay, teenager comes in with a Metallica t-shirt, right? He's of the devil, right? So this bad kid, stay away. And yet we will tolerate the pastor living in an adulterous relationship and unrepentant sin, because it's easier to tolerate it than deal with it and kick out the pastor, right? Like, that's demonic. Like, he's preaching the Bible and telling you things that are okay that are not. Like, but don't let the Metallica shirt kid get in, So we have this idea of what is demonic, and it's only ever on the surface. And we never stop to think of, okay, what about the person who could present themselves as completely, or just a church member living like that, where you don't want to confront them because maybe they pay a lot of money into the church and we wouldn't want to offend that, right? Like maybe they want to live a certain way and even influence other people to live a certain way, or call something that's clearly sin in the Bible is not really sin and influence the church to say that. but we don't want to lose them because we don't want to lose our numbers. We're shrinking church, or we're losing money, and we don't want to lose their giving out of those sorts of fear or being called bigots or whatever we might be. But we'll kick out the kid with the Metallica t-shirt, right? Like that's the real dangers. We're looking out for the guy in the red suit and the horns, and we're not looking out for the guy in the luxury suit who is writing checks in order for us to do what he wants us to do. We're gonna... I guess I can attack. That's fine. Then we can do this. Then you're gonna wait and get the counterattack used up here. Wasn't Satan or the devil the favorite angel of Sam? So Lucifer. So in Ezekiel, we're given really just some hints of what it was like in the realm of heaven before the fall. And so yes, he's referred to as the morning star, which would be a place of prominence. He's referred to as Lucifer as a cherubim, which would have been one of the angel classes that would be those who are the guardians of the throne, the very glory of God, guarding the glory of God. And it talks about all of the ornate appearance that he had. And there's even a hint, this is always an interesting discussion that some people would have. There's a hint that as it talked about how his appearance was, it talked about also, it uses a word that could be translated into musical instruments. So it's like your timbrels, which was like, what is that? Is it a type of ornate, maybe a gem setting or something like that? Or was it like a musical instrument? Like it's kind of one of those things where, depending on the translation, you kind of get one or the other. And we don't necessarily know what it was. And yet there is an argument to be made from that, and from the fact that we know that the cherubim are saying holy, holy, holy at all times. Saying, not singing, by the way. They actually never... there's no account of any angel ever singing in all of Scripture. Side note, but they even at Christmas, when you've got the shepherds and everything, and you got the angels in the sky and they're announcing, they shout. They announce, but they never sing. There's no singing of angels anywhere in all of Scripture, but that's beside the point. They proclaim holy, holy, holy. It's possible that there's music. It's possible that they sing. I just don't want to say that we know something that we don't know. And it's possible, though, that one of the methods, because it goes and talks about how he trades in lies. So it has, again, we have very few verses to work with, so we kind of like pick them apart. But basically, this high-ranking, perhaps highest ranking of angels, not equal to God, but of created beings, has the most glory on him with the fact that he's like guarding God's glory, so glory of position, but also glory of presentation, right? So he looks the part. And it sounds like through gossip, through deceit, he convinces others, but also one of his tools might have been through music, which is interesting because if we're honest, many of us are emotionally stirred more through music than through regular talking. And so there's something about music that touches our soul more deeply. And so you can make this argument that Satan likes to use music. So all those things are the case, but never is he a guy in a red suit. So yeah, we're going to do basic defense here. You should, Pastor. Might have still gone to church. Go back. Go find a church that teaches. I'm not alone. There are churches. Find a Bible-believing church and just start going. Start asking hard questions. See what they say. Compare it against the Bible when they answer it. The Bible should be like not something to protect from hard questions. You can ask the hard questions and go digging. AK, yes, I am a pastor. I am not currently active in a pulpit. I used to be a pastor of a church. I've moved to another church where I'm part of the support staff. I work in the office. I'm still ordained. I can still do weddings and funerals and all of those things. But I'm content to be in a support role now. But I was 13 years a pastor, and so this is what I do now. I have 3 jobs. I like I said, I work in the office for a church, and I also work for a nonprofit where I kind of do the nonprofit provides some financial assistance for local families who are in financial need. And so I do the interview process to try to find people who are genuinely in need versus people who want to abuse the system. And then I do this where I have conversations with people while playing games. So yeah. Your pastors just read the Bible, couldn't understand them at all, and were acting holier than thou. They can never answer your questions. Then I would encourage you, don't stop asking the questions. Find a church that'll answer your questions. Right? Like, it's not that the questions aren't there, or the answers aren't there. In fact, the church that I am no longer part of, there was some issues with our senior pastor who would get, dare I say, defensive if people asked difficult questions. And essentially, rather than get embarrassed that he didn't know the answer because he was an older gentleman, he would chase people out in order to save face. And part of the reason why I'm not there anymore is because I was trying to answer their questions, but at the cost of, because I'm interested in helping the person, it was at the cost of making the pastor lose face. Sorry. So everyone's better off now. We're in a better place. They always said you need to believe. So faith is an aspect, sure, of anything, but here's the thing. God gave us intellect to use. Our intellect asks questions. All throughout the Bible, you've got people who go through very difficult times and they ask questions. Now, there are some times where we ask questions forgetting to whom we're asking. So Job is a good example of this. Job goes through more hardship than any other person had, and most of it he is able to keep the right perspective of who am I compared to God. But he does go cross that line. And he's like, all right, God, what do you think you're doing? And God then is like, well, who do you think you are trying to tell me what I should and should not be doing? And so Job recognizes he crossed that line, and he basically says, I've said, I cannot say anything more. I've said too much. And he like does this like symbolic, I cover my mouth thing. Because I recognize that I am not the creator. I'm not infinite. I'm not deity. And so, there's that. But ultimately, yeah, ask the questions. The internet's a great thing if you go to sites that actually will use the Bible properly to answer your questions. So depending on the category, I might be able to give you some message on Discord. I'll share the link. And I might be able to give you some resources. But just while I'm here, this is not a sponsor or anything. There's a great thing I'll give right off the top of my head is this gotquestions.org. Because that's a you can ask anything, and I will like vouch for that I do highly recommend their answers hold scripture in the highest of esteem. Like they actually will use scripture properly in their answers and things. So that's like a huge reservoir of information where any question you have, you probably have at least a partial answer to it there, and at least get you rolling on something. So that's a good place to start. Gotquestions.org. How could Jonah live 3 days in a whale? Where does God really live? We know what's out there. It just is out there now. It's just planets and suns and gas giants. Can I answer the second one first? Where does God really live? So God, being the creator of the heavens and the earth. So essentially we're including space, all of the universe, the galaxies and everything in that creation. In the creation week, when God's creating everything going on in those 7 days, he mentions he made the stars also. So this amazingly huge universe that we live in is essentially the afterthought from God's perspective, because his focus is on this earth. But what it does do is it shows just how big he is. Because as big as all of that is, he is beyond it. He does not live within his creation. He is outside of his creation. God, who is spirit, does not live in our physical dimension, if you will. So he created the physical dimension. In fact, if you want to get really nerdy, he created time along with it. Space-time. Okay? And this is an interesting thing because it has huge implications onto things like prophecy. When God is telling Moses or somebody, writing things down, predicting the future and all that, it's because God's not only outside of our space, he's outside of our time, looking in, he's at all places and at all times. He's there in the present, in the future, and in the past. So prophecy is no big deal for him because he's there. We could talk about that ad nauseum, but yeah, he's not part of this galaxy. He created the galaxy. He's outside of it. So the ancients would have a term called the three heavens. They would have when they'd say like the first heaven, they're talking about the sky where the birds fly, right? Clouds, birds, sky, blue. Then you would have like the second heaven, which would be the dwelling place of the stars, the sun and the moon, that sort of thing. And you have the third heaven, which is actually the dwelling place of God outside of all of those things. And that would be what we traditionally would just call heaven. And it's the spiritual realm. So, hold on. What do you will trying to find it, but your local pastor just sermon on faith and the order of having faith and belonging. Okay, yeah, Zerg, that's fine. Drop it in Discord. Yeah. So again, my Discord link is up there. You can find that, and there'll be some other links as well to check out. So you asked also about Jonah and Jesus. So these are things when we do have things that happen that are outside of the bounds of what would be the rules that God set up when he created it. If God made the rules, he can break the rules. This is without trying to just say, well, you should have faith, because that was the whole conversation. Part of this is going to be faith that God, who created it, can break his own rules. The very fact that Christianity is believing on the entire premise of Christianity is on the fact that God can break his own rules in the physical rules. And when I say rules, I'm not trying to say sin and all of that. I just mean like the rules that we see in our material universe, the physical laws of the universe. Jesus, rising from the dead, breaks those rules of his own ability, not of some resuscitation or that he had a coma or something like that. Jesus, of his own power, resurrects himself. That breaks the rules of what we know about death. So if he can do that, then he can break the rules about walking on water. That really is not a problem. It's really not a problem at all. We also have him calming the waves and everything when he's, going out on these waters as well. Like he can, with a word, calm the storm. Jonah and the fish is an interesting one because this is cool. Yes, I could just say, trust me, bro, and have faith, because again, God can break those sorts of rules and do that. We've got some other things that are, I would say, even bigger than that. Joshua and the longest day, you can look that one up. But there is, what I'm getting at, it's kind of cool, is we actually have an example, a modern day example of a fisherman who fell off a boat, got swallowed by a whale, and then it wasn't a whale. It was like a giant fish. It was not a whale. I'm sorry. It was not a whale. It was a giant fish. I'm just using the Sunday school answer because the Bible never says a whale. It says fish. And this guy was swallowed by a fish. The fishing boat the next day catches the fish, pulls the guy out alive. Like, you can look this thing up. I don't know if I can find it right now. I can try. putting on the spot. It's going to be tough to Google quickly, but I do think that there is at least an account of a man who's like, there's something about 1926. I thought it was something way more modern. I thought it was like a Japanese fisherman. In 2021, there was an incident where a diver was in a whale's mouth briefly. In 2015, a fisherman was partially swallowed by an Amazonian catfish. This is AI. I don't know how much to trust what they're saying. Anyway, I'm not just going to say that it couldn't be a miracle, because I think that that's very much when Jesus even references his resurrection, he uses Jonah as an example. So the fact that the resurrection's a miracle means that I have no problem with Jonah being a miracle too. But it's interesting that we do have cases of people finding pockets of air and surviving underwater in a fish. As wild as that sounds. You guys might be able to do better research than I can right now. It's hard to do on stream. Okay, you got a few more questions. Let me take a turn here. I think I want my hero to be able to get... We need to pick this up and then get back there. That's going to take 2 turns, so that means I can probably get something else purchased. Go for that. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure that I keep the... Got those. We got to run down here and pick this up. I don't have any gems. And we want to make it back. Okay. Where is heaven? Okay, I'm scrolling back because we were talking for a minute there. I'm sorry. I'm going from the top here. So where is heaven located then? The idea of location still is pointing to a physical place, right? Like this is the problem of living in 3 dimensions that are all created by God outside of our dimension, right? Like there's no location within these 3 dimensions, length, height, width, that's going to be outside of the length, height, and width of all of space that you can just point to. God is outside of those things, so you can't point to where his home is within our space. He's outside of it. The best way to say it's a different dimension. I wouldn't want to contain the idea of God in a dimension as a mathematical thing, because again, if there's multiple dimensions and things, God creates all of them, right? He's spirit. Okay. But that's in a way that I can kind of explain where we're used to be able to point on a map, right? But he made everything on that map while he was outside of that map. You can't point within the map where the maker of the map is when he was outside of the map. What else do we say? Are we all spirits in heaven and hell? As for hell, do the worst humans and the normal humans that go to hell, do they go to the same hell? Oh goodness, there's some good questions here. If you forgive me, because this is one of those things that Christians don't take a lot of time to study and get right, and I think it's important to. So hell is there's several locations that we've lumped together into the term hell. And for those who are not familiar with this, don't think I'm going crazy here. This is all biblically based. Put all these together, and then I think we can have this. Okay. Let me see. Can I do this? I got MS Paint up. I don't know how. I've got to figure out how I would draw it in the first place to make this make some sense. All right, so we've got a timeline, and then we've got a. We're used to thinking something above ground, something below ground, right? So we're used to thinking of heaven and hell, right? I want to make this legible. Heaven, hell, and this is the general presentation that we get, right? So, and depending on your understanding, or rather misunderstanding, you might just say, okay, good person go to heaven, bad person go to hell. Like movies will teach you that. The Bible will not, but movies will teach you that. Culture will teach you that. But this is generally what's you know, presented to people. Agent number 1, thank you so much for the raid. You are joining us in the midst of a slew of questions. I'm going to draw a stick figure. Welcome. Hope you had a great stream. And I apologize ahead of time if somebody is like, this is not what I was here for. But we had some questions about the nature of heaven and hell. And so as a pastor, one of the things I want to be is just an ask me anything. I'm always wanting to be available to answer questions. And so it's just important to me that we take the time to answer these questions. And I appreciate you guys sticking around to hear it out. And maybe you have your own questions. We're here for the TED Talk. Wonderful. So glad you're here. Thank you again for the stream, or for the raid. So the question was, are we all spirits in heaven and hell? Do the worst humans and the normal humans that go to hell, do they go to the same hell? Okay, so what I'm presenting here is just like, this is just a bare bones, like this is what people generally think of as heaven and hell, right? Like you're on earth, you die. Culturally, you might think, okay, I'm a good person, I go to heaven. I'm a bad person, I go to hell. Some religions will teach you that. This is not biblical, but that is what is often believed. The Bible's very clear. No one is good enough to go to heaven on their own. Nobody's perfect. And so this is the whole reason why Jesus had to come, to substitute himself in our place, take our punishment, and we get his righteousness. We get to be good enough through his good enough. That's the biblical answer. But what is, as far as the nature of heaven and hell, what's the real deal? Well, if I were to put a dividing line here on this timeline, everything changed at one point in biblical history. All right, so I'm gonna use a different color here just because it will help. There was a division between the New Testament and the Old Testament. The cross. Now, the cross happens at the end of the Gospels in the New Testament. So this is an important point, is that during the Gospels in the New Testament, they're actually still under the Old Testament system. It doesn't change until the death, burial, resurrection of Jesus. What was that system? Well, that system was that, and I'm just going to go back to my doodling here. That system was basically that there was no one able to, if I just draw an X, will that help you understand? No one was able to get to heaven because no one could be good enough. The whole point of Jesus being the substitute is that it allows people to go to heaven. So no one can go to heaven and be in God's presence. Holy God, we don't have the holiness to stand in his presence. We are unholy. We are not able to withstand that. We would be annihilated. Some of the prophets, like Isaiah, he's in God's presence, and he says, "Woe is me, for I am but a man. I have seen God." Like he basically recognizes he should be completely just destroyed. He's not, but he's recognizing he shouldn't be here. So what's the deal? Well, in the Old Testament times, and I'm just going to pick random colors to try to just have differentiation. You actually had a afterlife. Oh, I just clicked out of that. You had an afterlife that was essentially split into two halves. This place, this location is called Sheol, and it just means the grave. Okay? And you've got a bad side of this, and you've got a good side of this. Why am I saying this? I'm not making up new theology. This is Old Testament. This is 100% biblical. This is what's in the Old Testament. You have those who are going to die, they go to Sheol. David talks about going to Sheol. But in that, you have essentially you have what we would traditionally call hell. I'll change the color again. Hell. And then what we have, for the sake of clarification, I'm not going to call heaven. I'm going to call paradise. Am I spelling paradise right? It doesn't look right to me. Okay, this is the situation. And in fact, there's a really good reference of this for anyone who's been in church and knows their New Testament, where Jesus is usually giving out parables to explain things. He talks about Lazarus and the rich man, and it's interesting. In no parable does he ever actually give the name for an individual, because it's always a farmer, a fisherman. Somebody does this, somebody does that. A king, a poor man. But in this, it's Lazarus. It's actually a named person, which gives us the idea that perhaps this is a real person and he's giving a real example here. So Jesus explains that Lazarus and the rich, who is a poor man, and a rich man died. Now, Lazarus lived righteously. It wasn't the fact that he was poor that made him righteous. It's just he was living righteously. And the rich man was living unrighteously. And they both go to Sheol. But in Jesus' example, you've got a great chasm. That's this big divide. Okay. I don't know how to, here, there's a, just make another X. There's a big divide here between the two halves. The rich man goes to the bad half, and Lazarus goes to the good half, and the rich man is like, I wish give me just, Lazarus, give him a drop of water and send over to me and all this, and you can't do it. You can't do it. There's no connecting these two. But basically, you've got good and you've got bad. Ultimately, what we're looking at here is the fact that the cross has not happened yet. No substitution has been made yet prior to the cross. This is a waiting room. Okay? This is a waiting room. The Bible talks about when Jesus, during the 3 days in the grave, what does he do? He goes into the innermost parts of the earth and he takes captive those who were captive and then takes them with him to heaven. Now the price has been paid. They're able to go to heaven, and they're present in heaven today. So everyone in the Old Testament, and the question originally was, do we have bodies or do we have spirits? They are also, this is all without our bodies because we don't have the resurrection happening yet. That's later in the timeline. This is spirit in Sheol and in good and bad, okay? So now that you have all of the good side of Sheol, and this is, when I say good, oh my goodness, this is going to be so, like, it's not good in our own behavior. It's good in that they're having faith in the coming Messiah. They're having faith in Jesus to come, whereas we have faith in Jesus that he has already arrived. This is they're believing their scripture of God's promise to a Messiah, and that's how they get saved. Like Abraham believes in all this. Read Hebrews 11. So basically, though, this is not good person, but it is a paradise side, and it's that they are waiting for Jesus. Jesus happens, and now there is no more. Let me see if I can remember how to work this. I can't make my fill color here. I was trying to do solid color and make the fill to where it's. Oh, there it goes. It's working now. Now there's no more side of this, which means this whole waiting room, everything over here, this is all emptied out. It's all gone up into heaven. So there's only one group left, and that is what we call hell today. Okay, so these people stayed. They were left behind in there. Jesus goes and takes those who were in the waiting room. Now they're up there in heaven. Everyone else is down here. However, the Bible talks about a resurrection. Okay, and this is a resurrection for everyone. Some will be resurrected to life, and some will be resurrected to death. Which means we will have physical, like right now it's spirit. We will have physical bodies. Should I just, here, let's select our guy here. All right, we're gonna copy, we're gonna paste him over here. We got a new guy, and we'll put, just for the comic relief, he's got a halo, right? Oh no, of course now it's a filled. No fill. There we are. Here's our resurrected guy. Okay. Resurrection. There will be a judgment. Those who are resurrected bodily. Let me go back to our just drawing here. I don't know, use a green color. Those who are resurrected bodily. Basically, this is the rapture. This is all these things. Essentially, those who are in heaven get to come down, get their bodies back, go with Jesus, and then they are with him in heaven. I can't do this. Okay, but there's going to be those who are resurrected from hell, and they will, now they have bodies, and they're going to be thrown in what is called the lake of fire. I should have just used the typing. And we'll have eternal bodies in both cases. So right now, this is the present. This is the present, where we're in spiritual heaven, spiritual hell. And there will be a resurrection where we have bodies again, and we will be bodily resurrected into heaven, or bodily resurrected and in lake of fire. The difference of this and where your location will be for eternity. Everyone will live for eternity. The difference is your location, whether it's heaven or whether it's in hell. How do you know where your location will be? Is in who do you know? Who do you know? Jesus substituted himself in our place so that we could go to heaven. Not that we earned it, not that we were actually good, but that we trust in him to take on the penalty that we deserve. We all deserve hell. He takes that penalty onto himself, giving us his birthright of and righteousness of perfection and going to heaven. We get to go to heaven because of him, not because of what we do. And therefore, no Christian is better than any other non-Christian as far as a person. We're just somebody who has found forgiveness and accepted that forgiveness. The forgiveness is offered to all. Hopefully this is something that I recognize this has been a complicated thing. Christians aren't even taught this in their own churches, but this is very, very much biblical. This is 100%. You've got the Old Testament, afterlife, Sheol, where you've got paradise. Sometimes it's called Abraham's bosom because it's like a big bear hug from Father Abraham. The paradise side, and then you've got the death side. But that becomes essentially our heaven and hell after the resurrection of Jesus, who is takes those captives. That's an Ephesians thing. And then it goes into heaven. And then we have a final resurrection at his return, where we have our bodies for eternity, whether we're in heaven or in hell. There's not, one thing that's important to note, there is not a moment, do I have a color that I haven't really used? Not really. There's not a time here where I can change my mind at that resurrection. I can't just be like, oh, I was in hell, I really don't want to be thrown into the lake of fire, now I believe. No. This is a moment where at the judgment seat, God opens up the books and says, okay, let's actually go by your works. Well, are you perfect? No, sorry. You already rejected my perfect son. There is no perfect, like, you were not perfect. Let's go through your life. We're going to go through everything. You were not perfect. You can't earn your way to heaven. The only option is from your rejection of God, there's only one place to be that's permanently away from God. So you end up in the lake of fire. I can't change my mind at that point, right? This is just where God is taking the time to legally demonstrate to you why you are locked in where you're at. So, sorry about all of that. There was a lot more questions. There's nothing in the Bible about 7 layers of hell, though there is implication of greater judgment for those who were given greater responsibility. So, for example, false teachers. False teachers are given a threat of greater judgment within hell because they knew better. And they led people astray, as opposed to somebody who was led astray by the false teacher. So it doesn't ever say 7 layers. It doesn't ever talk about those sorts of things. But it does imply that there may be levels of hell in that, based off of the choices that we make. But everyone who's in hell is still in hell. So I don't know if I can answer everything else, but that hopefully that was enough for you guys, and hopefully I didn't chase off too many of you. And as far as the original question of the worst humans and normal humans, they're all in the same place. Our definition of what is worst is a human thing that we've come up with in order to make ourselves feel like we're not as bad as somebody else. Through that relativism, we can try to say, well, somebody else is worse than me. The fact is, we've all rebelled from God. We've all rejected God. And so none of us deserve heaven. Moses and the rock that split water. Moses wasn't God. God worked through all sorts. I don't know if I'm understanding the question there. God worked through any number of prophets and other people in the Bible, Old Testament, New Testament. So the fact that like every one of the 10 plagues was God doing it, not Moses doing it. God instructs him to do it, and then God does it. God instructs Moses to strike the rock. What's actually interesting is God instructed him to strike it the first time. Later, there's a time where the people are complaining again, and God does not instruct Moses to strike the rock. Moses does. God, out of his mercy for the people, he tells him to speak to the rock. He's intending to give water for the people to drink. He tells Moses to speak to it, but Moses is angry, and so Moses hits it. Now, God still gives them water to drink, but God also says to Moses, you are now not going to be allowed in the promised land. You have disobeyed me. Moses definitely wasn't God. In fact, he disobeyed God and he got a consequence for it. But it was always God's power that was working through Moses. Why were there so many miracles in ancient times, but there are none now? So that's a great question. It's the same sort of question that people asked of Jesus when he was present at the time. Okay? When Jesus was first teaching, throughout his 3 years of ministry, most of you guys will be familiar with the feeding of the 5,000, right? So it's actually it's one of the only miracles, aside from like the resurrection stuff, one of the only miracles that's in all 4 gospels. So each gospel kind of has a different eyewitness account of different events that were important to them, and telling what had happened. But this one's in all 4 because all of them were like, this, you got to know this. And it's not that they contradict, it's that they're all just giving a fuller story. Like this guy was like, hey, you need to know this. And the other guy was like, oh, well, you need to know this. And it's a lot to do. But they all were like the feeding of the 5,000. Most people are familiar about the feeding of the 5,000. You might know some details, how it says 5,000 men. There really could have been more women and children. Maybe there's 15,000 people there. We don't know. But what we do know is that the Bible says there was 5 loaves and 2 fish. And that through that meager meal, that would have been not big fish. That would have been little things that would have fit in like a kid's lunchbox fish. It's a meager meal that Jesus miraculously multiplied into a filling meal for everyone present, perhaps as many as tens of thousands present, with barrels of stuff left beside to show the wealth of this. There's like 12 extra barrels that you could fill up. That's not my point. My point is the next day, Okay, so everyone in the whole community just saw this thing happen. They saw the miracle, right? They witnessed it. Why, the question today, well, why doesn't God just do some big miracle? I would believe then. So they all witnessed it. They all saw the big miracle. And the next day, Jesus says, okay, today I'm not doing a miracle. Today, I'm going to say, you need to believe in me. And they all left him. And this is a human nature thing. We might claim that we would believe if we see a miracle. And the reality is when we're confronted with a choice of accepting God and making him Lord of our lives, we will reject him every time. This has happened in the Garden of Eden. This has happened ever since. Even when they were completely, there was unquestionably confronted with a miracle, they still didn't want to follow him because that meant that they'd have to give up what they already had. This is actually why God intentionally does not do things, particularly in our culture today, because the fact is that the faith, and this is what happens with doubting Thomas after Jesus is resurrected. Jesus comes and shows himself to all the disciples, but prior to his arrival, everyone but Thomas had already seen him, and they're all talking about it. They're all excited. Thomas is saying, well, unless I see him with my own eyes and be able to feel the spot in his hands that were pierced by the nails and the hole in the side, unless I can see and feel that, I'm not going to believe it, because this is too wild. You guys are pulling one over me. Jesus appears and he shows him the holes in his hands and his side. And Thomas recognizes it and he says, you are my Lord and you are my God. Jesus says, blessed are you for believing, but blessed are those who have not seen and yet believe. There's a greater blessing for those who do have faith without having to rely on being able to see it for themselves. Now, that said, when you step outside of our materialism, scientific Western society, when you step outside of that perspective, there's actually a whole slew of examples. I have a number of friends who are missionaries, and they would have examples of miraculous events. Not that they can cause these things. I'm not talking about churches that say, okay, this is this guy, I'll come in, lay on my hand and heal you because I can always do these things. And by the way, I'll pay you the $20 I promised later. All the different things that people do for the sensationalism of that today. I'm talking about genuine things that they neither knew about was going to happen beforehand and happen after. And yet it doesn't get headlines because it doesn't fit the narrative, but we have miracles still happening today. I'm not even necessarily missionaries into the third world. I know a number of people who are in the medical field who are, whether they're doctors or nurses, who would basically say this person had, this cancer in their body, and then the next day it's just gone. They can't explain it. It's not the flashy things. The flashy things don't create faith. It's the things that are faith without having to see. Faith with sights is not real faith at all, basically. So essentially, God wants us to have a real faith, not a faith that's conditional on sight. And he's doing us a favor by not handicapping us with that faith that would be potentially tricked by shadow, smoke and mirrors and things. There are a lot of people who have built a con game on smoke and mirrors using Jesus's name. And that's what I'm trying to say is we don't have to build our faith on trying to distinguish which one's real and which one's not. Apparently there's 17 new messages. My chat was not scrolling. Fuzzy Bunny says the background music adds to the explanation. Thank you for that. I'm scrolling down. Actually, I'm scrolling up because there's a whole lot of comments that I did not get till just now. Distress Me, you're here. You started getting into the NLT Bible as I recommended. You love the streaming. Just join the stream. You don't want to interrupt. I'm glad you've been checking that out. I'm so glad. I enjoy that version too. New Living Translation is very readable. For those who don't know what we're talking about, we had a great conversation a few days ago about getting into that translation, being able to use that to be able to just be able to read the Bible in a much more understandable way. And I talked about how its goal is readability. Its goal is not necessarily like a literal translation. There's other translations that do that, and I recommended the New American Standard or the English Standard for that. But New Living, for just getting in there and reading it, it's great. Use all the tools. Sorry, there was a follow-up question. If we are spirits and later we get resurrected, do we all live in earth? How? Do we get babies again? Will some turn bad again? Will the cycle repeat? Oh my goodness. This is a great question. That's a great question. Okay, so I apologize. Like, it's been like 10 minutes now since you asked this. And I could pull up the picture, but I've already been scribbling all over that picture. Right? I've already been scribbling all over this. So if can I extend this thing out and then we, oh goodness, it's yellow. What abomination have I just made? What have I done? Okay, we can keep extending this out. I'm trying to not blind people. That's why we use the black background. Okay, so your question continues. What happens now? All right, so basically Lake of Fire is the done deal. That is the end of that story. But the Bible does talk about basically the Bible talks about a kingdom. Jesus, all the way back with God has always been promising his people a kingdom. Now, can I preface, when we're getting to end times and we're getting to future events and things, there are a number of different interpretations that all will faithfully strive to use the Bible to understand. And my goal here is not to say somebody who doesn't believe it the way that I believe it is wrong and not a Christian. I'm not trying to say that at all. I'm just trying to, there is a coherent timeline from and I'll just go and tell you where I'm coming from, a millennial, pre-tribulational view of the rapture and of end times. Okay, for those who know the theology, now you know where I'm at. Those who don't know, don't worry about that. But regardless, the idea is Jesus having returned. So he's our green line, having come down from heaven and, caused this resurrection and everything. Jesus has returned. Jesus returns and he sets up a new kingdom. So I'm going to draw a crown. Very poorly, I might add. Crown. Okay. And this is going to last for 1,000 years, a millennium. Okay, this has been promised ever since to Abraham in the Old Testament, all the way throughout all of his descendants. And some will say, well, is that something that still is to the people of Israel, or is that the church? I'm not going to get into that today. But regardless, there is a promise for a physical kingdom to the descendants of Abraham from the beginning there. And God doesn't break his promises. So this is now a 1,000-year reign of Jesus on earth with us. But here's I get nerdy on this, but I'm going to lose some of you people, and I don't want to, but I'm going to lose some of you people, and I'm sorry for this. Okay? But I get nerdy on this. So basically, Jesus talks about how when we are in heaven, we're going to be like the angels. We won't be given in marriage. We're not going to be procreating or anything like that. We're not going to have so after the rapture and all this, we're gonna have new bodies. The church that is raptured, and that's the 7-year period right before Jesus comes back, is the time of the tribulation. There's a rapture, okay, and that's the church is gone. Well, during that time period, you've got a whole lot of people recognizing, now that there's no church, but there's a whole lot of supernatural things, all the prophecies coming fulfilled. There's intelligent people in this world, and they're going to pick up a Bible, and they're going to read the thing, and they're going to recognize it's been calling this thing all along. And they're going to believe. And the Bible actually talks about how there's going to be more people believing during these 7 years than have ever believed. There's going to be massive amounts of people on this earth that are believing. When Jesus comes back, there's several different terms of different judgment seats and things like that. There are special events. Each one has their own purpose. And I actually kind of got ahead of myself here with this drawing because I thought we were keeping things simple, but clearly we're not. So since we're not keeping things simple, the reality is that this actually happens later. Okay, sorry. Since we've extended our timeline, the timeline's no longer accurate. So this is actually going to be a thing that happens at the end of the 1,000 years. Okay? At which point they get thrown into the lake of fire. So during this, I'm sorry, we're just answering the question here. So during this time period, you're going to have essentially two groups of people around. We've got those who were part of the church who were with Jesus in heaven, and those who stayed on the earth and still populate the earth. Well, the church is going to, the Bible has a specific term for us. We're the bride of Christ. We're going to be with him wherever he goes. We have that role of being with Jesus. But those who are on the earth have a different role. That role is to be the nations in this 1,000-year kingdom, which is Zechariah in the Old Testament and some other prophecies have a lot to talk about. And there's going to be a new Jerusalem. There's going to be the various holidays and things that were foreshadowed in the Old Testament law, the different things like the different pilgrimages and all those things that they do is all foreshadowing of what they'll be doing during the 1,000-year kingdom. And all the nations are going to come to Jerusalem for those holy days and things like that. And all sorts of stuff's going to be going on during this time. So you're going to have people on the earth who are still, shall I say, this sounds very strange, I understand. Traditionally human. Okay, those who are, can I use blue? Sure. Those who are here and believe they're going to go to this point of this judgment, we'll use that as the question mark, and there's going to be something called the separation of the sheep and the goats. So survivors of the tribulation, those who believe will get to go on into the kingdom. Those who do not believe will be separated. Okay? Separation of the sheep and the goats. This is where they're asking Jesus in Matthew 24, and he's like, there's going to be two men in a field, one is taken and one is left. And they ask, well, where? And people think that's talking about the rapture. It's not, because they ask, well, where are they being taken to? And he's like, well, they'll be taken. The one being taken away is going to be going to a place where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth. That's down here. That's this. So they're being taken away at that judgment, whereas everyone else gets to stay behind. So this is the blue line. They're staying behind. And the believers, the church who were part of that, they're going to be given tasks and jobs of part of God's government, Jesus's government, overseeing this 1,000-year kingdom. And the rest of mankind, and our understanding is we're going to be essentially having a glorified body, an eternal body, similar to what Jesus had resurrected with. He teleported through walls, by the way, so I'm gonna just assume that I can do the same. And probably fly, and probably do other cool things. We can walk on water, I'm sure, because we're gonna have the body that he had. But there's still gonna be more of what you would say a traditional human, and they're gonna refill the earth. So they're gonna fill the earth, and the church is going to be overseeing all of that. And Jesus is ultimately ruling. Like this is his kingdom. However, during 1,000 years, essentially the Bible refers to this as like a kind of a second Garden of Eden. This is essentially God is dwelling amongst mankind, and there's no longer a tree of knowledge to eat, to rebel. And it's what God originally intended all the way back at the beginning with the tree. Okay, that had the forbidden fruit. And we're going to have this with no tree. The problem is all of these down here who were born into this new world never had a decision to make like Adam and Eve did with the tree. They never had the chance to exercise free will to decide, do I really want to follow this king? And so at the very end of this, God will allow, and again, this is like things that Christians don't get taught in Sunday school because it takes too long to explain all of it, and therefore they're raised all their life not even knowing this exists. And that's a tragedy, but it's all biblical. At the end of this, Satan is actually allowed. He got imprisoned. Remember how we talked about there's no guy with the horns and pitchfork and tail. He's been in prison this whole time. Oops. He's been imprisoned ever since Jesus came back. Well, he's going to be set free at the end of the 1,000 years, and there's going to be another battle, Gog of Magog, and this is going to give an opportunity for everyone here to make a choice. Do they follow Jesus? Do they follow Satan? And they don't. And so the final point here being is that even in a perfect Garden of Eden setting, we still reject Jesus. We still reject God. With all the miracles, remember the question about, what if we just had miracles? It'd be easy to leave. Jesus is saying, even beyond that, what if I'm ruling here in person? You can come up and talk to me, and you can have all these blessings. You can have eternal life. You can have all this. You're still going to reject him. And that's what this is ultimately proving. He's going to be set free to once again deceive the people. And then we're going to be done with this. There's going to be a battle. And then from here on, we go into eternity. I cut off part of that, but there you go. That's the eternity sign. That is your end times timeline, people. Super simple, right? Super simple. Easy peasy. Like I said, you always had questions, but your pastor and parents never could answer them. Well, hopefully, even if this wasn't something that was clear and easy to follow, hopefully what I've at least communicated as the Bible has the answers, and perhaps a more studious setting would allow you to have the understanding necessary, but it's there. It's there. The individual person might not have the answer, but don't let that convince you that the Bible doesn't have the answer. And you joined the Discord, great. So yeah, feel free to ask all the questions. I've got a whole section dedicated to questions and answers. And once again, there are going to be people here who disagree with that timeline and the different interpretation of prophecy, but they're not going to disagree that the Bible is true, that Jesus is going to come back, that Jesus saved us from our sins. Like, we have the same common denominator. Okay, so even if we have a difference on how do we interpret end times, and I'm just recognizing all of you out there who would have a different end times understanding, that's okay, right? Because we still believe in the same Jesus offering the same salvation. A Gnostic, Distress Me asks, a Gnostic believer, very knowledgeable in the Bible and all its history, is he considered a false prophet? I don't know if I'd have to give him a title like a false prophet, but a lost person, sure. So Gnosticism takes on a bunch of different terms, a bunch of different meanings throughout history. Usually it boils down to the belief that Jesus isn't God. That he is a man. There's a bunch of other like nuanced things that go on with this. A lot of it has to do with Satan being misunderstood and really the good guy, and God trying to withhold information. He's really the bad guy, and there's all sorts of different things that go on with the Gnostic beliefs. And they always believe that that the material is bad and the spiritual is good, and that's why Jesus, or they might say that Jesus was never really a human to begin with, because that would have meant he would have had to take on the bad, and there's a bunch of different things there. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, they're not believing in Jesus, the God of the Bible, and so they are lost. Just like anyone of any other religion who doesn't believe in Jesus, they are lost. And that is something to love that person into a correct understanding. You give them that opportunity to understand, not to have to correct every last error, because it's somebody who is if you go to a bank and you ask the teller at the bank, and I've actually done this, and they said yes, and it's an acquired skill. So I was talking to somebody who's new, and they were like, "I'm still working on it," but they actually can tell by touch whether a dollar bill here in the US, a dollar bill is real or if it's counterfeit. And the way that they do this is they can feel the dollar bill, the legitimate currency, they feel that. Anything different from that is a warning sign, and they're going to check it more thoroughly for it to be a counterfeit. They don't have to know every possible counterfeit because there's always a new counterfeit showing up. They just need to know the real one. It's the same thing with religions. There's any number of false religions out there. They all do the same thing. They're all counterfeits. If you know the real one, you can smell out the false ones. And you want to help the person who is being deceived by those false ones into knowing the real one. They said, believe and have faith, stop asking the questions with their... Yeah, and that's unfortunate, but I've seen it myself. I've seen it. And like I said, that was at my old church. And it did way more damage than good. Their efforts were entirely selfish to save face because they didn't know the answers. And as a result, not only lost face, but hurt the people that they were refusing to answer. The correct answer, in a situation like that, the correct thing to say is, I don't know, but let's find out. Okay. I have a tendency, though it's not something I strive for, I have a tendency to come across as a know-it-all. But I don't know it all. And there will be times when I need to say, I don't know this. Let's look it up together. Right? That is the correct way to go about things, is admitting that we are not genuinely able to know everything. And the problem is there's an expectation put upon anyone who has a title pastor or something that you are supposed to know it all. And so that's where the people that were answering you by saying, well, don't question me, because there's this expectation. If they fail in that expectation, then it's perceived that they will be a failure in the eyes of everyone. And I have to struggle with that, by the way. I have to make sure that that's not my motivation, is to give you a wrong answer just to look good. To come up with something just to look like I know the answer. I have to make sure that that's something I'm not doing. But that's something I've seen pastors do, and I'm clearly what your pastor was doing was either making something up or just demanding that you stop because, how dare you? You don't have faith. Just believe it. So that's a human thing that is very real. And that is a real struggle even for pastors, is to be able to admit that we don't know everything. And I understand that it would turn you off from the church. I'm asking you to give the Bible, give God another chance, and recognize that those people were not, they being human, failed at their responsibility to try to grow in knowledge and to be humble enough to admit when they don't know. But they're human. Another church might have the answers. And maybe that process that you've been through, right, where by asking those questions and getting you out of a church that wasn't going to teach truth, is actually a good thing, because now you have an opportunity to find one that does teach truth, right? So even though that may have been years and years ago, and who knows what water has gone under the bridge since, it has removed you from a scenario where you might have stayed under that teaching that was, at the least, was a thin, thin layer, no depth at all of teaching, and you would have had a thin layer of faith. Like, you would have had a thin layer of understanding. You would have not had any depth if you had remained under that teaching, but you would have thought that that's all there is to it, and that would have given you a false foundation that would have crumbled at the first sign of any struggle in life, any problem in life, because there's no foundation there, because they haven't given you anything real. But now that you know what to look for, you actually can find a church that will teach the real. Praying about somebody who had a leg grow longer. I have seen a number of what do you want to call it? The undercover or expose things where they basically reveal that, yeah, these are paid actors or whatever it is. No, I think that's charlatans' work. I don't think that God is as interested in healing somebody's half an inch shorter leg that you didn't really know. I can shift my hip ever so slightly in a way that you wouldn't be able to tell, and then move my hip back, and the leg's longer now. Like, how about regrowing a completely amputated leg? Like, that would be a miracle. If these guys can do that sort of thing. I am saying that God is more interested in the eternal soul than of our temporary comfort. And a lot of people are very interested and very invested in their temporary comfort, and they really like the idea that they can get their temporary comfort by going to a church, and all you have to do is, pay this guy a whole lot of money and he'll make it happen. I don't know. Might have lost track of what all we were doing. It's only been, an hour of talking. Fuzzy Bunny said you had a pastor that never said to never question the Bible, just believe it. But you can't understand it and believe it unless you ask questions. So you always say to ask the questions. I agree, absolutely. There is a certain amount of comfort in naivety, okay? In being able to just say, I don't have to understand, and I can just believe. Okay, come back to me when you are in the midst of the storm. When you really do need answers to why. Why did this happen? Why did this heartbreaking tragedy happen? And give it that same mentality of, it's fine. I don't really need to know. Like, that doesn't work when the rubber hits the road. Okay, the Bible is not afraid of the deep questions. I might not have all the answers. I might fail you and have the wrong answer, but the Bible is not going to be afraid of it. And you can dig. You appreciate the way I explain things. You're grateful for it. Do you ever consider making a Q&A stream? I kind of consider every stream to be a Q&A stream. I'm open to questions every stream. Like, the game is secondary. I know a lot of you guys might might have even already moved on, actually, because we were talking. But that's still secondary. Like, I want to be able to be available. That's why I'm here in the first place. I'm not on Twitch and YouTube hoping to go viral and be some celebrity. That is not my goal. My goal was, how can I be available to people who don't have access to ask these sorts of questions? They don't have a church or a pastor. They don't have a pastor that'll answer their questions. Like, this is 100% why I'm here. I don't want to try to say I should be your pastor. Let's be clear here. Because the role of a pastor is more than just teaching. The role of a pastor is mentoring, it's guiding, it's shepherding. And that's something that I would not be able to do for you through the anonymity of the internet. And so I encourage you to find another church that actually does teach the Bible and find a pastor that will actually shepherd. But if in the meanwhile, if I can answer questions and help along the way, absolutely. I just wouldn't consider myself your pastor, and I hope you're not putting me in that position to where you feel like you don't need a shepherd, because genuinely, we all need that mentorship in our walk, and it's not something that at a distance that I can genuinely provide. So don't put me on that pedestal. because I would fail you in that need that we all have of shepherding. Answered more than any person. And honestly, what some of the things that we went through, like this thing, hold on, where'd I put it? This is a mess. This is a mess. I apologize that this is a total mess. Sorry. It was a spur of the moment thing. I actually have done like a whole Bible study at church. It took like 2.5 years going through where we talked end times. We had all this, and I had this very worked through like chart thing, and we spent a long time on it. But you know, it's got all the Bible references and all of that. Like it you know, we went in depth. 2.5 years on one topic. We went in depth. It's all there. It's in the Bible. But I can't, like, me doodling it on Microsoft Paint is not going to do it justice. Okay. Battles are lethal. We're actually close to a new week. I should just get back and restock. Where's my town? There it is. It's a long way. I can walk down there. Let's go down here, get the other spell power, get back to the road. We can maybe grab the skeletons there before the week is over. With the liches, yeah, we'll want to have... Got to get that income of stuff. Skeleton growth. I've got a new viewer, and I'm so glad that you were here, that you found the channel, that you were asking those questions. I get excited by questions that let me kind of nerd out on things. I do want to re-emphasize that if this was not clear, if the answer was deemed insufficient, you know, ask on Discord. Like, say, hey, can you go into more detail on that? Or I just think that you're completely crazy on this, or whatever that might be, because I'd love to continue that conversation. I just don't. It's hard in our setting that we have for me to be able to gauge. Like, if I were in a small group, I could kind of gauge if somebody's understanding, or if they still have questions, or if they just, you know, if they want to even talk about it some more. Like, it's hard to do that with the internet. So, yeah, like, just, if you want to continue the conversation, let's do it. It's just, we can have that clarity on something like Discord, probably, where you can type out whole questions more thoroughly or whatever. Daylight spells. Oh, I'd have to fight for it. I didn't realize there's other towns. I've been so preoccupied. In fact, there's probably another town right around the corner here, and I should have just gone straight there. It's been a full week, and we should have gone straight there. Watch this. There's gonna be a town. There it is. Is it? And it's defended. Of course, it's defended. It's just me. You appreciate what I'm saying. Totally understand. You don't live in the U.S. You do not believe that pastors in a church are as receptive and as available as I am. And that's fair. That's fair. But that's why I'm here. Because I feel like that's a need. I feel like that's a genuine need. That people, whether it's the pastors or the culture of the whole church, you know. And I've seen the other side of the church. I've seen the people who have gossiped. I've literally been in the church where you'll have a group of leaders of the church discussing the new people entering the church and literally saying those aren't the people we want here. and having to confront them and being like, who do you think you are? Yeah. And the church chases people out. And none of that's okay. And 100% of you have probably experienced it in some shape or form. It's happening. And I feel like this is one way that I can at least do what I can to help correct that. Yeah. Like I said, the kid with the Metallica t-shirt or whatever, right? Whereas you've got the person who is living in sin and elevated to some leadership role. Unification, major problem with the Bible is that it's so hard to understand old words, incoherent sentences stuff, at least for you. Distress You had the same problem, but the pastor recommended the New Living Translation is much better. Yes! Yes, so the NLT, Heification, NLT, just like Distress Me had mentioned, is he had asked the same question and basically was like, I want to understand this stuff. I'm struggling with understanding this stuff. And I was like, totally understand that. Use a different translation. You don't have to use King James. The King James Bible was the best that we had in 1611 and then was updated again in the 1700s. And that was actually how people spoke then. They didn't have to struggle with that. That was actually how the conversations went back then in 1611. Since then, in the 1940s and 50s, we actually have discovered, along with other archaeological finds, there's been archaeological finds for decades now, but one of the major ones, the defining ones, the century-defining archaeological find was the Dead Sea Scrolls. And what the Dead Sea Scrolls were thousands and tens of thousands of fragments, but thousands of scrolls, tens of thousands of fragments of ancient books. It was not only the Bible, it was all sorts of ancient documents, but of the Bible, of the Old Testament particularly, because it was like a Jewish trove of them, and the Jewish people have the same Old Testament that Christians have. It's 1,000 years older than what the King James Version had when it was translated. The manuscripts there are 1,000 years older. And what, of course, they're going to compare. They're going to compare, okay, how much did it change in those 1,000 years? When what they found is they didn't change in 1,000 years. There's no other document in all of human history that can claim this. It is literally, verifiably, the most accurate document of ancient literature in all of human history. Now, people will disagree on the contents. They don't believe the contents. But you cannot deny it is the most accurate in the sense of unchanging in all of human history. Fight me. No, that's literally the case. Like that is the scholarly consensus, is that there is no other document that has gone as unchanged as the Bible. Now, that said, you might disagree on what it says. But what's cool, though, is that even though it hasn't changed as far as the meaning, the content, what you do get is a change in things like spelling of the same words, because language, how many words do we spell differently, especially with the internet? We've changed the definitions of words rapidly. But over centuries, languages do change in how they spell things, how grammar works, how the different words work, things like that. And so what we have is a manuscript, thousands of manuscripts actually, that are now older than anything that the King James Version had, and we can use those to translate instead of the Textus Receptus and things like that the manuscripts for the King James had. And so what we have is an opportunity to make a updated translation using modern English, knowing that what we have is still translating from the accurate, not originals. There are no originals of any ancient document, but of much closer than any other ancient document to the originals, and having proven that they remain unchanged throughout that time. And so basically we've had an explosion of translations, and of that there's a large spectrum of, do they translate the idea or the literal word, like the dictionary word? And a lot of times when you just have like dictionary word translations, you're going to end up with a string of words that don't mesh. They don't have a coherence of thought. And so what I recommend people do is you go to something like BibleGateway.com. In fact, I can pull that up. So you go to something like BibleGateway.com, and I've got John 3:16 here, and I've got it on the New Living Translation. You just type in John 3:16, you pick your translation, NLT, and it becomes much more readable, for this is how God loved the world. He gave his one and only son, so that everyone who believes in him will not perish, but have eternal life. And then what I can do is I can click this button right here, add parallel. Check this out. And now, side by side, I can have John 3:16 in 2 different translations. And I can keep clicking that, by the way. I can add more translations. Here's the King James. So, a lot of people will have memorized this in the King James. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. Or, we can use the New American Standard, which is on the other end of that spectrum of literal translation, accurate of the word-for-word translation. And it has something very similar. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have eternal life. But then if we go to the New Living, what we get is something that is just flows a little bit better, more easily, for especially for non-English speakers who have only learned like conversational English in the first place. Like English speakers are going to struggle with King James. I don't envy anyone who is trying to read King James and is not an English speaker. So you've got your New Living Translation, which will help you out. And so you can just put these side by side. And so what I usually recommend is you look up a passage, whatever it is you're trying to look up, and you just, you can just type it in. So Philippians, what do I want to pick? Philippians, well, let's just do Philippians 1:1. Okay, so there's Philippians, and then you can have this, you can have the whole chapter, and just read it side by side. And so what you could do is you read the New Living first to get the idea, and then you're like, okay, well, there's a passage in here, there's a verse in here, there's a word in here that really the whole thing hinges on. Let's see what it actually was over on the other side, and you can do that. Now, in addition to that, you can have more tools. This is just literally just the Bible, but if you want to have tools, check this out. You can go to blueletterbible.org. And then what we can do is we can look up John 3:16. And then what I can get, here's 3:16. I can click that, and now check this out. I can actually get every word for God so loved the world. Every Greek word, and look those up. So I can't really pronounce these, but then I can actually say, well, how is this gar here pronounced? Might be loud.
Strong's G 1063. Gar.
Aha, see? Now you're speaking Greek. And this is all free. Just go to blueletterbible.org. And so you can go check this out, and then I'm like, okay, what is the for? So you click that, and now you got a dictionary definition, okay, and it's going to tell you that it's got it's the King James is generally going to translate this Greek word as the word for 1,000 times. There's been a couple of times that it doesn't get translated because it doesn't fit into the grammar. Some other uses, it's a primary particle, properly assigning a reason. Okay, there's your dictionary definition. It tells you the lexicon here, and then you've got every use 1,067 times, every single time that word shows up in the Bible. Talk about tools, people. And this is free. Like, you can just do that. Now, one downside that first year Bible college students will get into is they get a tool like that where they can start just looking up the Greek, and they'll be like, okay, because I've got a dictionary, I understand, I know Greek. And anyone who has, my friends here who are learning English as a second language, you'll know, okay, you went to school and learned English, and then you had an actual conversation with an American or a conversation with somebody from Britain who has totally different versions of English, by the way, and you're like, I don't understand anything that they're saying, So there is a reality of, okay, I need to learn within cultural context, how is this used, more than just the dictionary definition, but it's a starting point. A lot of goodies up here. Wasted a lot of time doing it, but that's okay. We're on the hardest difficulty, and I'm just kind of meandering around with no real purpose. Like, this is gonna go so well, I'm sure. We should probably pick up a mage guild since our hero is here. Think we've upgraded anything else? No. You. And then afford everything? Yeah, we can. A little bit of an army now. Sentinels of Glory. Difficult, easy. I need to go to the towns. Hive. None of them are mine. Of course not. Now, doesn't the undead have a... Like, your creatures don't, Friendly creatures from different factions don't decrease each other's morale. Right. So I actually could get the tier 7s of everybody and use them. Okay. So we're gonna try to use that. Bigan, thank you for the follow. Glad you're here. So sorry guys, I'll try to get back into the game. We've had some great rabbit trails, and I hope that I didn't burn everyone out on that. But just so you know, like I'm that's what I'm here for. So it does not hurt my feelings or get me concerned or anything like that if anyone is wanting to ask some questions, tough questions even. So I can hire that other one that gives gems, but I might do it in a different town. New guy, does he have economy? Because it is not. Sad. I think this one's closer. Feels closer. It's open for the economy skill because I can start leveling that up. So he's going to give some levels, some gold, and we can level him up and get a little bit more. But I'm actually thinking about hiring this other one as well. I think. Can I see anything about you? I think this person might have economy, but it would give me an income of gems, which is nice. You're sorry for the future question. You're very welcome. By the way, Distress Me. By the way, I don't think we mentioned this in the past when we were talking. On my Discord channel, which we've already shared the link to, if anyone is still wondering, just scroll up on the chat. It's there. I don't want to spam you all. I have a section on reading through the Bible in a year. And you could find reading plans all over. I did not create this, but what I did do is I put a plan that I had found and liked that was using the New Living Translation, the NLT, and you can read through it in a year. We actually have people here on the channel who have done that challenge and are excited about it. And so, yeah, I've got it's just a reading plan, and you just can read through each of those sections. I started trying to like have a little mini Devo on each one, but boy, I got overwhelmed. Genesis, we'll wait to hit Leviticus. Genesis, Exodus are actually fairly, relatively speaking, they're, because they are historical narrative, there's a story there. It's going through events of history, and you're going through all these different things that happen. You can at least follow the events like that. Leviticus, you're gonna have questions. Come ask. It's okay, but it's tough. Leviticus, Deuteronomy, those are gonna be tough. No getting around it. The law is a difficult section to follow, especially when we are in a more modern, with our modern sensibilities, really when we're in the New Testament. So for us to be able to understand it, what it's doing is it's a it's a band-aid to the human problem. Okay, the sin problem. It's a band-aid. It's a way to. It's the sacrificial system, the various cleanliness laws, and all those sorts of things. Basically, it's a way for people to have temporary covering of their sins while we look forward to the coming Messiah, which is going to be like 2,000 years until Jesus shows up. And so that's the purpose of it. And there are there's dietary laws, so like what you can eat. There's cleanliness laws, which a lot of times have to do with sanitation. We've with modern medicine, we've recognized a lot of these things are actually smart things to do. So things like that. But then there's also going to be the moral laws, and those moral laws still would be in effect, but the rest of those things are not things that we're under, that the New Testament is like, okay, you're not under those things. There's actually a whole section in the book of Acts about how when Gentiles start getting saved, do they need to follow the law? And they're like, no, they don't need to follow them. That was something that they couldn't even follow themselves, and so why would they expect others to follow? The point was to show you that you need somebody to help. Like the Bible's very clear in the New Testament that the purpose of the law was to reveal that we can't keep it. If you were to be playing a game of, and if I say football, you're gonna think not American football, soccer. You're gonna think that. So football around the world is soccer, what we Americans think of. So let's just use that though, because it's universal in those that there is an out of bounds. Right? There's an area that you go that's outside the playing area. If we were to not have that marked in any way, which is actually very similar to my elementary school growing up, we had a soccer field, and it was just a field. It was actually just dirt. There was no grass. It was just a dirt area, no markings, nothing. And every recess time we go out there, we use the heel of our foot to make lines to say, okay, here's the goal, here's the all these different things. We made it up as we went. And you know what we found out is that every recess we ended up arguing over who was inbounds and who was out of bounds, because nobody knew who was inbounds and who was out of bounds. There's no sense of any of it. How great would it have been? We'd have been able to have so much more fun playing our games if we knew very clearly where the lines were, so we could stay within those lines. That's the purpose of the law. It's showing you that you are in fact out of bounds. And you have been out of bounds to where you're disqualified from the game, and you need a way to get back in, and the only way to get back in is to have a substitute take on the penalty that you've been taken, that you've incurred. So that's what the law does. Is it shows us, by being impossible to keep, humanly speaking, it shows us that we need somebody's help. I was hoping to get the recruitment upgrade on this character. You actually have... Oh yeah, this character, once we're done picking things up, like you're kind of useless. You don't have an economy spell or anything, or a skill. A little disappointed in myself that I didn't pick this stuff up during the first week. Should have been my first goal. If we replay the map, clearly that'll be the plan. I don't want to lose the archers, but I'm just going to accept it anyway. And we were looking for which one now? I was doing the Harbinger of Doom. Okay, so we're doing the top one, which we don't have. Let's see. That's right, we've got the Undead Transformer. Use that. So we got 118 archers. But we got 5 something else. This is my main hero. I'm going to do levels, and we need that luck. Good. Big part of the map here, getting all this. Attack that well again, don't I? I'm gonna have to play it out. It's too many losses, and I didn't spread out my units again. Well, rookie mistakes. Got the Masterful Web that I can't cast. That's... They cost 6 minimum. This would have been the time to cast that. We're gonna take some hits. I thought I could slow them and then not take so many hits. You're gonna get in like full range here. Good. Yeah, I guess I did. You can reach me if I go here, can't you? Yeah, he can reach me because he'll have his fighting style. Speaking of the law, let's talk about morals, ethics, decency, and respect. Do you believe that humanity is heading towards Sodom and Gomorrah? Is there any hope that our values on Earth will be reinstated? I don't want to sound pessimistic. But no, not within our own power. This is something that, like, we look forward to. When you say, is there any hope? Yes, but that hope is placed in Jesus when he returns. Jesus will reinstate all of those things. There's actually, I've talked about different views on end times. I didn't really go into a lot of details on that, but there's actually a view that is gaining popularity again today. That is classified as post-millennial return of Jesus. So I mentioned I was pre-millennial. Jesus returns and brings in that kingdom for the 1,000 years, the millennial kingdom. He returns. He's the cause, the one who institutes this kingdom because he sets things to right. There is a post-millennial view that originally was popular leading up to and into the First World War. There's a name for the First World War before we knew that there was going to be more than one of the things, right? We call it the First World War because there's two of them now. But at the time, what did they call the First World War? The Great War. Yes. Yes, Mumbo. They did call it the Great War. And there was also kind of a more descriptive name. Lord Cole, yes, the war to end all wars. And they went hand in hand, those names. Why did they call it that? They called it that because the churches were actively teaching this war is going to bring in paradise. This war is going to bring in utopia. We're going to rid all of those bad guys on the other country over there, and we're going to end all wars. We're going to bring in utopia. We're going to set up this amazing League of Nations. Some of you might have heard of that. That's going to then oversee everything at the end of the war, because we're going to have our own millennial kingdom that mankind is going to get. Now, how did we get there? We got this mentality because of the progress and things that were made through science, through technology, through industry, of the I don't want to say the Renaissance. There's the Enlightenment, and so basically we through technology we were doing all sorts of crazy things that were thought impossible before. I mean, we're flying airplanes now, right? Like we can do anything we put our minds to as a species. Why not end war? Why not make a utopia? And so we were actually teaching, maybe that's what the Bible meant about this 1,000-year kingdom, is actually mankind ending all war. We just need to have this one big one to solve it all. And it wasn't until, something was wrong with it. The church was teaching it. Yes, something's wrong with that. Okay? So it wasn't, they weren't the only ones. Like, don't go entirely, like, this was, everyone was kind of caught up in this hype. Okay, it was a cultural hype, not only a religious hype. It was everyone was like, yeah, we're gonna bring in this war to end all wars. And everyone thought that's what happened. They set up the League of Nations afterwards. We got this great thing going, and then World War II happened, and it was far worse than the First World War. And of course, League of Nations falls apart and all these things. We realized, you know what? This isn't actually getting better, it's getting worse. And the idea of post-millennialism died overnight. Or so we thought. Because that brand of naivety that was saying, hey, we are really good people and we're going to be able to fix all the problems through our enlightenment, is back. And that's what we're doing through social justice. We are believing that we can bring in, and Christians are doing this too. It's not just non-Christians. The Christians are caught up in the excitement of it, to where we can legislate morality and we can bring in justice and all these things. And we are now entering a revitalization of this post-millennial. We can create the perfect world, the utopia, and Jesus will come back afterwards, pat us on the back and say, great job, guys. Good job. You did it. You did it. Well done. It's not biblical. I'm sorry, it's not biblical, but it is what's being practiced. It's the active belief of a lot of people today. I am going to go ahead and attack this thing, even though we're going to get counterattacked. He does 50% less damage with it. Yeah, only 4 of them. These things are kind of tanky. So that was the unfortunately that was the belief of the day, and we're back into that. So yes, people think now, and that was coming back to your question. Your question was, is there any hope that our values will be reinstated? And there's a lot of people who are saying that our values were wrong and we're bringing in the right values now and all these things, and those are wrong. That's Sodom and Gomorrah. But people are trying. They're trying to reinstate in the way that they see fit. It's like the time of the judges, where there was no king in the land. Everyone did what was right in their own eyes. Essentially, that's what we're doing. We're saying through moral relativism, everyone can do what's ever right in their own eyes, and it's great. Thumbs up. Good job. You're doing what's right in your eyes. Too bad that God says it's wrong. We're just going to change what God says, right? We change how we preach the Bible and all of And that's what's going on today. So no, mankind is not going to fix the problem. We're only making things worse. However, the problem will be fixed. There is hope. It's just not hope in mankind. It's hope in Jesus when he returns. And then he sets up his kingdom. Sadly, my movement is such that we're not going to get to where we need to be, and they've got that extra reach. We are definitely going to take more losses here. I'm going to just hit this one first, get some units resurrected from that. It's only 2. Ugh. Fine. 4, 4. Okay, so that's the same. And then we're going to lose my archers. No, I don't want to lose my archers. Because this is the only one who still has a turn, I am going to switch to this guy. Wait. I don't think we can clear them all out, can we? No. Yeah, not much choice. Trying to block him off from getting back to my archers. Okay. Was that better? I don't know. I don't remember what the numbers were. It is what it is. Damage from range. Focus points when they take damage. Defense for each point of luck. I'm getting some luck. Like, we're gonna try to have the 5 luck. I don't know. I'm just gonna do that. Okay, so I actually need to do... We need to get the skeleton transformer. We're gonna grab everything we can here. Yeah. Do it. Do it. Okay, we're grabbing everything here. Pass it on. Pick those up. Should have thought about this first. Fine, you'll just have to follow. Whatever. We're going to convert these into skeletons back at home. Because we got to go past home anyway to go to the other town. Build this in 2 turns or something. Let's get the treasury first. That income. Isn't our morality, our hubris, turning the other cheek, the downfall of our civilization? For what you see, violence and criminality seem to win, whereas in the past, the good always wins. So, that's a good question. On an individual level, we are commanded to turn the other cheek and show love to others. Part of the reason why we're allowed to do that is because God has instituted the concept. Now, don't go political on me just yet. But God has instituted the concept of government in order to enforce law, to protect people from the criminality side of things. So, now a lot of the passages that we get about the law is in the book of Romans, and it's in the context of the actual Roman Empire being very mean towards Christians and persecuting things. However, it was still illegal to murder. It was still illegal to steal. It's still illegal to do all of those things. And so it wasn't up to the Christians to be vigilantes to put a stop to that. Instead, when they were being mistreated, by turning the other cheek, they were expressing what's more important, my rights or the other person's eternal soul that by me showing love, I might be able to save. I might be able to help them see. And there's a whole lot of examples in the Bible of jailers who, when the apostles were arrested, who then the jailers, through the witness of that unjust arrest and how the people were, Paul and Timothy and Silas, and, they're worshiping in prison and all this, the jailer gets saved. The jailer becomes a believer because they've witnessed it. So God uses that injustice for good. However, we are experiencing a situation where I think you would agree that the justice of the government is misweighted at the very least, and outright corrupted, if not. And so the command for the individual is still the same. I'm still told to love my enemies. I'm still commanded to love my enemies. Does that mean that I will refuse to protect my family if somebody breaks into my house? It does not mean that. But it does mean that if somebody calls me names, if somebody threatens to sue me, if somebody treats me unjustly, shall I still want for them to be saved? Yes. To know Jesus? Yes. To become a better person through that knowledge? Yes, of course. There is a sense that Christians are taught to be doormats. And instead, I think that is a very much a misunderstanding of what love is. Okay. I think Christians can have the capability of protecting those who need protection, of fighting for what's right, having a righteous anger at sin. Jesus flipped over tables in the temple because the priests there were they were shorting people money. That was the money changers and everything in the temple. So that was the priests doing it. They were basically charging a tax on anyone who wanted to come and obey the law that God instituted. They said, okay, you want to do that? Well, you have to use temple money, and we're going to give you pennies on the dollar for, converting that. So we're going to charge you an arm and a leg to do something that should have been available to all. Jesus flipped those tables, and he called them serpents. He called them whitewashed tombs and all these things. So there's a righteous anger, and he protected those who needed protection. However, he also went to the cross willingly to die for us, even though it was unjust that he should be punished for something that he never did. So we misunderstand love our enemies. We misunderstand that. We have a capability of protecting those who need protecting. And there should be consequence for those who need consequence. Okay, the law, Book of Romans again, talks about how the government is there. The government was given the sword by God. The idea of enforcing the law. God instituted the government after... I want to say after the flood. So before the flood, you've got guys bragging about murdering other people. And so afterwards, God's like, okay, somebody who murders somebody is going to be put to death. So you've got that scenario, that situation where we don't have justice anymore, but I'm still called to love my enemy. And there wasn't much justice in the Roman Empire if it was outside of the interests of the Roman Empire, right? Like they would enforce things that mattered to them. They were not a blind justice. But even so, it was not the job of the individual to change that. It was still the job of the individual to show love to their enemies. And so the jailer who was imprisoning found Christ because of the testimony of the person getting imprisoned. There was thousands upon thousands of Christians that were rounded up, put into the Colosseum and put to death for the entertainment of other people. And yet there was people who would witness that and see their faith and get saved. These people would be praying for their captors. And so, yeah, loving your enemies is a courageous thing, not a wishy-washy thing. But it does certainly get taken advantage of. Not wrong there. Christians absolutely do get taken advantage of. We had much less dramatic, but we'd had a couple examples that might fit. We had an example of, at our church, we had a computer that we had just gotten for the to do the projector and stuff like that, so you could have the words of songs and all that sort of thing. You needed a computer to be able to run all that, and you needed it to be able to do videos and things like that. And we were trying to make sure it was a little bit future proof, so that way it could run things at multiple things at once, like recording a sermon and putting it online or whatever it was. We were trying to do all those things. So along the lines, we got a GPU. We didn't use integrated. We got a GPU with this computer. And, we felt like it was a worthy investment to do what we were asking it to do. Okay, fair enough. Well, along the same lines, we had, not the same lines, but unconnected from that, we had some local kids who were starting to come to our youth programs, starting to come to the church, starting to be part of the church. And they had asked, can we play some basketball during the downtimes, during the week? And they were there often enough that one of the leaders was like, yeah, I'll open up the door for you and, let you play for 4 or 5 hours, and I'll come back and close the door when you're done. You can just have the run of the place. Well, guess what happened? We lost our GPU. They actually went in there. They found it. They disconnected it, left the computer. We knew it was stolen. They left the computer in disarray, but they stole it. It was at the height of Bitcoin mining and all that. And we knew who did it because we knew what time it was, like when it happened, because we had before and after and all these things. But they never admitted to it. And so the question is, are we going to still let these people be welcome in our church? They still need Jesus. So yeah, we'll let them be in our church. Should we let them be in our church without supervision? No, that seems like a bad idea. And so even though we still loved on them, we still let them be in with us. We wanted them to be learning lessons and be taught and being mentored and being welcome. We never accused anybody, anything like that. We also weren't going to be doormats and be taken advantage of. So it's a minor thing when you compare that to people being put in a coliseum. But it is just an example of you don't have to be a doormat to still love people. Love people who take advantage of you. You work in law enforcement. You've seen many horrible things, been called horrible names. You've had a lot of trouble in believing in humanity since humanity is the cause of all problems on Earth. I think that you would have a lot of examples along those lines. I don't doubt this whatsoever. I think that the struggle that you are having and have had, and anyone in your position would have, would be able to still see to have any optimism when all you see is the dirt. All you see is the negative. All you see is the evil day in and day out. There is a reason why there's an epidemic of, I don't know if Twitch is going to care if or YouTube's going to care if I use the word, but suicide amongst prison guards and elevated in other law enforcement areas, because seeing all of this every day scars the soul. I don't know how else to put it. Scars the soul. And like you're saying, you've lost all hope in humanity after all you've seen. Therefore, you're looking for deeper meaning to all the violence. What you are seeing is true humanity, though. Like what you're seeing is what God sees in all of us. Okay, we have certain things that might restrain us from, like, the law. Like, people in law enforcement might restrain worse things happening, but the reality is we have that same darkness in all of our hearts. So what you're getting is you're getting a perspective of, and the trouble, the difficulty you're going to have is being able to say, I'm like this too, or anyone else is like this too in their hearts, when you can see somebody who's actively doing it and you're like, well, I'm not that person. That's going to be a challenge for you. But the reality is God sees the same darkness in all of us. For all have sinned and fallen short of God. For all have rebelled. That's going to be the big challenge to overcome, is recognizing that we all have that same fallen state. And yet, God, having seen that, still decided he was going to love us enough to die in our place. To die for us. While we were his enemies, Christ died for us. That's Romans, 5:12? 5:8? Like, he recognizes that darkness in all of us and still says, yes, I'm going to die for that person. I'm going to put myself, they deserve death, I'm going to put myself in their place because I don't want them to have it. Despite what they deserve. And that is the mind-boggling thing, is that we can be shown that level of forgiveness and love after you've seen what people are capable of. Mumbo has horrible taste in music. We can add him to the list. None of this matters to me. But yeah, I don't doubt that this is some of the hardest things to think about that you've ever have to wrestle with, because seeing that depravity, the thing is, we all, through our cultural lens, through our humanity, we all want to think that humans can be good. You're seeing that humans can't. And it's something that rocks you to the core, shocks you to the core, that we are depraved. We are utterly depraved. Should be unredeemable. If we can recognize that we all have the same problem of sin. And yet, we're redeemable because it's not based off of our own righteousness. Did I pick up the fortifications of the... Because I want to get the 2 fortifications. Gotta get that town before the new week. So a lot of us have this rose-colored glasses about humanity. And this is that rose-colored glasses that led to, we're already talking about like the naivety that led to this, the war to end all wars. This idea that mankind is generally good and getting better. And that naivety led to this idea that, yes, this war is going to be great. We're going to end all wars with all this. That naivety is leading to, why should we prosecute people when they get better? You know, we can just show that we forgive them and they get better and all that. Yes, naivety is doing that. It's you're having that naivety removed. But what you need to be able to do is be able to replace it with a foundation of understanding what God's perspective is, and not just a what's the term? Is nihilistic a right word for it? A nihilistic perspective? So God recognizes that we are unworthy, and yet he still loves us anyway. That sort of love is so shocking, so incoherent to us, is that when we're shared that is when we can start sharing that with other people. That's how we can show this sort of love, this inhuman love, when we have been given that love. Like asking somebody who doesn't have the Holy Spirit in them to show unconditional love. Like we only know conditional love as a human race. Like I'll treat you like a brother if you treat me like a brother. I'll love my wife as long as she loves me. All of these things, we have conditions. Unconditional love is very foreign to a lot of people. You see it with you should, and we haven't. It's been taken away in culture. You should be able to see it with the love of spouses, the love of parents to children. You should have unconditional love, but even that's being stripped away, as you're no doubt seeing. And that's all an attack on God's design. God designed family. God designed those things so that we can understand better his love for us. So Satan's been actually attacking God's design for decades in order to undermine our understanding of what is love. And that's on purpose. That's on purpose. He doesn't want us to be able to have a coherent idea of unconditional love, because that's how God loves us. So that's why it seems like it's all corrupted now, because it is. There are tears, and so this is a human thing as well. Having tears of bad is something that we do when we want to have a relativistic view of ourselves compared to others. I recognize that I'm not perfect. We all can probably admit that much. We all recognize that we're not perfect. But at least I'm better than that guy. At least I'm better than that person who's in prison. At least I'm better than that criminal. At least I'm better than this. So I might not be as bad, but I'm higher up on the ladder. We do that to make ourselves feel better. The reality is God recognizes that we are all falling short of heaven. The definition of sin is to miss the mark. It's an archery term. If you shoot an arrow and you miss the target, you have sinned. That was the original definition of the word. We've all missed the target. Doesn't matter if I missed it by 5 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet. I missed the target. I failed. And in this case, the chasm between us and the target is infinite, because it has to be absolute perfection for us to be worthy. We've all sinned. We've all missed the mark. And as a result of that, we want to position ourselves in a way that gives us an advantage and overlook the fact that I'm still a sinner. God's perspective is we're all sinners. Now, there are some sins that have bigger consequences. There's maybe tiers of consequences here on this earth. We have different crimes that have different consequences, assuming that anyone is enforcing the law. And yet, ultimately, us being sinners have the same ultimate consequence unless we are accepting the forgiveness God offers through Jesus' substitution. So in reality, there's not different tiers of sinners. We're all sinners. But it's a very human thing for us to do to try to assert that there are in order to make us, through relativism, relative to this other person, I'm not so bad. And that's the assertion that we try to make to put ourselves in a better light. You got another question. God made Adam and Eve. They had 2 kids. Some say they had more. Even if they had more, they would have had to have kids with their brothers and sisters, but that's not a good idea. So, this is actually one of those things that we are genuinely uncomfortable with, that the Bible has no problem with. There's no question here, but we are very much uncomfortable with it. And that is, yes, they married their brothers and sisters. Now, why did we actually have later on, thousands of years later on, during the time of the law, when Abraham makes the law, they forbid this? Why? Because you now have had thousands of years of the gene pool needing to have this, since the fall, the gene pool where Adam and Eve had perfect genes, and then the fall happened. Their kids have received those perfect genes is not a problem. You don't have the genetic issues of intermarrying there. I'm not trying to say this is okay today. Don't get me wrong here. God said it's not okay anymore, but he didn't have that until thousands of years later when the law was written. So yeah, they married their brothers and sisters. Abraham's wife was his half-sister. Sorry. They're like, okay, no more of this. It's just, yeah, we're uncomfortable with that. Like that's one of those things that culturally we look back and we're like, wow, did they really? And yeah, they did, but it wasn't because it was a problem. They weren't sinning. It's just now, as we have diluted the gene pool, yeah, now it's a problem. And so along with a bunch of other laws that God made to protect us from things that we didn't quite understand, that like germ theory and things, we didn't understand those things yet. God just was like, all right, this is what you're going to do. Don't ask me why. So the other humans came from Adam and Eve. In fact, Adam and Eve lived for like 900 years. They're going to have a lot of kids. God said, go forth and fill, be multiply and fill the earth. They filled the earth. If you actually get the genealogies and you put them side by side, Adam and Eve living Adam anyway, we follow the genealogies through the mail. Adam lives 900 plus years. So he's alive all the way up to Noah's father. And so he might have even been up to Noah himself when Noah was a kid. It's like right there when Noah's born. So potentially Noah could be like the great grandbaby who can ask Adam, hey, what was it like in the garden? Potentially, I think it might have been Noah's dad. So they're living a long time. They're having lots of kids. It wasn't until after the flood that the lifespan dramatically changes for everyone. So it wasn't against God's teachings until the law came later with I'm sorry, it was with Moses. I said Abraham. It was with Moses, who's actually 400 years after Abraham. Abraham didn't have the law. Moses had the law. Moses 400 years later. So yeah, there was no law against it because the gene pool was not diluted to the extent that it was later. And in no way am I saying that we should go back to that, okay? In no way am I saying we should go back to that. I'm just saying that's the facts. There's a lot of things about society and culture back then that were not okay today, that we're not okay with today. And I don't mean about like the Bible and everything. I mean just like the culture in general. Like the societies in general did things differently. Growth. I got one more, like this is my last building. I can get one more lich. That's probably what I want to do. Yeah. Now all of these things I can convert to skeletons, so I want to be able to still make them. I'm going to build that. Then we want our fortifications. So you don't need to stay here. Let's see if we can get that taken care of. Got 7 archers. Gold. I hope that helped answer, despite the uneasiness, the queasiness even, that we might get from an answer, from a question like that. But yeah, just how it is. Good, stable. It's the last day. I do want to get somebody to be a runner. You're gonna have to run the units down to our main seat, wherever it is. Fine. Ooh. We're not getting our thing here yet. I love economy, but we're gonna not do it on our main. This one's speed on native terrain. I think we can now... Hold on. I think we can always have our native terrain. I think that's a law. I haven't been looking, but I think that's a law. I'm gonna do it, and then I'm gonna look. Yeah, you're always battling your native terrain. There we go. If they're one group, I think we can do it without losing anything. Ah! That's one group. I was gonna slow them. Now I'm not. Now I'm not so confident. We were going to slow. That ship has sailed. Here, just start waiting, spacebar, and all of that. I'll wait for the archers too, so that way hopefully... Wait. Nope, I'm gonna have to. It's too fast. Initiative-wise, too fast. Alright, now he's in range. So who do we want to have attack? Do a lot of damage against my dogs, isn't he? 2 to 3. Ow. Not worth it. $71 times 3, 210 damage. Have 150. He could kill one. Wait, I'll take the counterattack on those because they've got the extra units. Yeah, that's fine. The lucky hit was great. All right, so I lost some dogs. I don't know if that was better or worse. Primal magic, yeah. Oh. Fine. Stream streak for Christian Christensen. Very nice, my friend. Well done. I hope you've been enjoying the Heroes of Might and Magic. I've been enjoying playing it. I'm just not. I don't want to use up the movement. I need to get back to town. The other mines is there's the Mercury. I can't do that. Well, I still have troops to get. Scrolls I won't use, and a belt. Nice. Okay. Locusts. I want to grab things to be able to convert. Or do I go for this first? I'll just have you wait a day. Just more units. I don't know why I don't like the knights. Fancy power. Okay with that. Just to get the other Mercury, but do all dogs go to heaven? Do animals go to their own animal heaven? Jesus only died for us, for man. He did not die for animals. Did not die for Rex, Fido, whatever the puppy name is. Now, that's not to say that heaven being a wondrous place where every tear is wiped away and all of that that God can't have his created things be there. I don't know. I mean, when I was a kid, I thought that, I would probably have a room that would have a giant slide that would go out into a pool, from my window, right? Like just whenever I want. Why not? But the fact is there's a lot of things that we don't know about heaven. What we do know is that none of those things that we think would matter will matter in heaven. This is a big reason why, for example, the streets being paved with gold are oftentimes misunderstood to mean, hey, look at this wealth. The streets being paved with gold is showing us, hey, this thing that you think means wealth is actually worthless. It is dirt under our feet compared to what we have, the wealth that we have in having God with us. We won't care about any of those things anymore. So, yeah. Can we have a dog in heaven that lives 1,000 years or forever? Well, we won't have any more death, right? Getting a lot of law points is quite nice. Do I go for the Mage Guild in this just to get the other unit to be recruited? Or do I go for my fortifications to get the quantity of what I already have? I'll have you wait a full turn and I'll get that other unit type. Just send you on. Didn't check my new heroes. Any of them have? No. Like I could get them for the troops. Is that worth 5,000 to get 50 archers? How much does it cost to get 5,000 regular? Oh. 50 regular. It costs half that. Interesting. I don't really want the heroes, but they do have other troops to come with them. So 25 dogs. 3,000. We're actually making some money off those, aren't we? I don't want to mess with running them all around. I really don't. Like, it's already overwhelming. Who's harder to discuss with, chat or the local congregation? Honestly, probably a local congregation. There's a certain honesty that comes with the... Okay, so when I first started out, I was a youth pastor when I first started out. And one of the things that I loved about being a youth pastor is when you were talking about tough subjects with teenagers, they were willing to ask honest, hard questions that they were really wondering about and then really think about the answers. Okay, like they were genuinely like, hey, I don't know, and I want to know. Adults in congregations and churches, they don't admit that they don't know, therefore they can't admit that they want to know, therefore you don't actually get those conversations at all. And so having chat here where we can actually have those same sort of conversations, we're like, hey, yeah, I know this is a hard question, but I've wondered about this for a long time. It's truly refreshing. That's a W, chat, put it in the book. Like, no, but I do really mean that. Like, there are the occasional people, like you'll find a small group and hopefully you meet that small group and stay with that small group within a church that you can have real conversation with. That's the minority though. Mercury per day. I'm just doing this for the troops though. We want to keep the dog with that. So I've got that. Now I'm gonna just fire this person. I don't wanna mess with it. In fact, I can actually do the same thing here, right? Like you had diplomacy. Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't want to mess with it, but there you go. And so Hadasha brings up a point. Hey, it brings up a point. Dissenting opinions. I'm assuming you mean on chat. Like chat will have dissenting opinions. I assume, because that's true. Like there's going to be a broader opinion base than in a local congregation, which usually gathers based off of similar belief. So there's something easier in a local congregation about having people of the same mindset, people of the same tradition even, shall we say. But that comfort zone isn't always a good thing. It is comfortable, but it isn't always a good thing. It's certainly comfortable. Like, you know, chat can be an uncomfortable thing, for sure. Like, you know, it's not always easy. We have had times where we've had disagreements. But it's honest. Like, it's way more honest, I think. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is that honesty is what I'm out for. Like, I want to have real conversation. Donnie, glad you're here. Dissenting opinions in local... I mean, that happens too. But a lot of times, if that goes on for a long time, like the people will leave, the church will split, something will happen. It's not how it should be. We should be able to get along, despite having different opinions. But in our culture these days, usually it's a split, it's something, and it's not pretty. All right, I was going down to that, wasn't I? Yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna. Okay, just the advanced luck. I am needing to get. No, we got some time. Higher chance if we have, and we have primal strikes. We have our higher chance for luck. Yeah. Mercury is my faction's main thing, so it felt like it was worth coming over here for this. There's 90 skeletons sitting here. Plus I can find out what that skill is, so yeah, that's okay. Everyone else is sitting around for a day. I hope you guys have been enjoying these sorts of conversations too. Like, I know that some are just here for the games, and so they're not going to stick around, but you guys have stuck around, so I hope that you guys have been enjoying all this. I'm glad you're here. That you will give me the benefit of the doubt and hear me out on a lot of these questions and answers. You're kind of running out of things to go and loot. That again. We already have somebody here. You are just going to get another... Yeah, we're going to get this thing. Realize I could have another one. 10,000? Okay. Go skeletonize all of you. This is the unmarked white van of... of heroes is our mules that are just running. Hey, come with me! I've got a place for you to be, and then we'd throw them in the skeleton transformer. There's a village in the Netherlands, Urk, which is an amazing name. I need to ask. I've got a friend who is another streamer in the Netherlands. His name's Rooster. I need to ask him about the town of Urk. He knows of it, because that's an amazing name. It has 22,000 people, like 20 different Protestant churches. It's insane. That sounds pretty standard for a lot of Midwest Bible Belt towns here in the U.S. And yeah, a lot of times we believe the same core beliefs, but we'll have a minor difference in either denominational belief or maybe worship style preference, color of the chairs or the carpet or whatever. It's enough to divide us, and yeah, we'll have another church over it. And so yeah, we've got tons of small towns that have tons of churches for sure. Hey Uno, good to have you. No one can agree with each other. Now it is and that's very true. We should be able, as Christians, we should be able to agree on the same essentials, the same core. Who is Jesus? What does it take to be saved? Is Jesus God? Is the Bible his word? Like, do you have the same sort of core things? Does the Bible contain that message of salvation? Beyond that, when we start talking today, we already had a couple conversations about end times and things that clearly there's going to be people in chat with different opinions. If we disagree on that, it's okay. But if we disagree on who is Jesus, is he really God or is he not? That completely changes the conversation, because a Christian can't believe that Jesus is just a man and still expect him to be able to save somebody, because he can't save himself, right? So like, he can't resurrect himself. Like, he has to. If you're a Christian, you are obligated to. That's the first belief, is Jesus is God, that he died for your sins. You can't still be a Christian and believe that. There's actually groups that would deny that take on the label of Christianity, and by doing so, are what would be they would be, and I'm trying to be delicate here, I'm trying to be generous here, but it would be the definition of a cult is a counterfeit. It's the idea that you're claiming to be something that you're not the idea of an occult, you know, Satan worshiping, all of those, whatever, not the occult, but cult. Cult is going to be a group that claims to be, in the context of what we're saying, claims to be Christian, but denies, say, the deity of Christ, denies that Jesus died for our sins, denies the core of what it is to be Christian, and still claims to be Christian. That's a counterfeit. So yeah, if you got 20 churches in a town and they all believe that Jesus is God, that he died for your sins, rose from the dead, that he offers that salvation, that the Bible's his word, you can disagree on everything else and you should still be able to get along. We're human, we don't get along, but you should be able to. That's a lot of wood. Let's check our main town first. Upgrade what? What do we want to upgrade? We want to upgrade the liches, I think. So now I can go back here. I'm not gonna have you leave for 7 guys. You're just gonna stay here. This is my main guy. He's gonna grab these, which means I was picking these things up along the way. Not get too distracted with shiny objects, because this is my main guy. Like this over here, that's off the beaten path. I gotta serve my movement. $200 archers. We're gonna take losses. Donnie, you're all about that. You feel sad when you think about all the death. There's a lot of tragedy between Catholics and Protestants. You've been Catholic, and now you're Protestant. You keep your Catholic friends. It can be very difficult. So here's the problem I have, and I could easily get myself in trouble here too. And I hope you guys hear my heart in all this. I love people. I want to help people understand, and I want to be coming from a biblically grounded basis for these, and not just throw opinions out. But here's the issue that I have with the Catholic Church, and it's not the Catholic people. Catholic people will agree on everything I just talked about, on the same fundamentals. Many of them will. Okay. However, the doctrine of the Catholic Church, from the Council of Trent and confirmed up to modern day, because they've had catechisms and everything that have confirmed this, deny that Jesus is the only thing you need for heaven. They elevate Mary to worship through Mariology. There's a number of things that the doctrine of the Catholic Church, it's declared in the Council of Trent in the 1600s, where if you believe that faith in Christ alone is all you need to get to heaven, you are anathema. You're cursed. You're damned to hell is what anathema means. Cursed to hell. And I'm using that within the proper context of the word, not as a curse word. That is fundamentally different from what Protestants and what I would say what Christians believe, that Jesus is the only way to heaven. So with the doctrines of the that's amazing. The doctrines of the Catholic Church I fundamentally disagree with, and the doctrines of the Catholic Church are not biblically based in that, because of that. The fundamental things. Sure, there's going to be tons of things we agree on, but the core things that matter, we do not. That said, that is not speaking for all Catholics. Now, all Catholics might not even be aware of it, because most of them are not raised to be taught what their own church believes, and they're shocked when they find out. But I've actually got it. We've had some conversations on this before, where I actually pulled up some PDFs I have of the. I'm not going to do it now unless somebody really insists, but You can look it up yourself. You can look up the Council of Trent. You can look up the declarations. That was the meeting that they had, the council they had to counteract the Reformation. And they would basically say, okay, anathema is anyone, anyone is anathema, is who believes Jesus alone is all you need for salvation. That whole list of them. I brought it up, and now I'm gonna. And I said I didn't want to go into it, but now I'm gonna go into it, aren't I? Second. Because I don't want to be just throwing out something that sounds like an accusation and then, and sounds insulting, by the way. I don't intend it to be insulting, but I want it to be based in fact, and I want to be able to show you guys the fact and give you guys the actual number references and everything like that. All right, some notable canons from the Council of Trent. Canon 9. If anyone saith that by faith alone the impious is justified, in such wise as to mean that nothing else is required to cooperate in order to the obtaining the grace of justification, and that it is not in any way necessary that he be prepared and disposed by the movement of his own will, let him be anathema. Canon 11. If anyone saith that men are justified either by the sole imputation of the justice of Christ or by the sole remission of sins to the exclusion of the grace and charity which is poured forth by their hearts by the Holy in their hearts by the Holy Ghost and is inherent in them, or even that the grace whereby we are justified is only the favor of God, let him be anathema. Canon 12. And if anyone saying that justifying faith is nothing else but confidence in the divine mercy which remits sins for Christ's sake, or that this confidence alone is that whereby we are justified, let him be anathema. Canon 14. If anyone saith that man is truly absolved from his sin and justified because he has assuredly believed himself absolved and justified, or that no one is truly justified but he who believes himself justified, and that by his faith alone absolution and justification are effected, let him be anathema. Basically, you're only free from sin if we say so. If anyone, Canon 23, if anyone says that a man once justified can sin no more nor lose grace, and therefore that he falls and sins and was never truly justified, or on the other hand that he is able during his whole life to avoid all sins, even those that are venial, except by special privilege from God, as the Church holds in regard to Blessed Virgin, let him be anathema. I've got. There's a lot of these. Any 33. If anyone saith that by the Catholic doctrine touching justification by this holy synod in set forth in this present degree to the glory of God, or the merits of our Lord Jesus Christ, are in any way derogated from and not rather than the truth of our faith and the glory of its fine of God of Jesus Christ are rendered more illustrious, let him be anathema. 30. If anyone saith that after the grace of justification has been received to every penitent sinner the guilt is remitted, and the debt of eternal punishment is blotted out in such wise that there remains no any debt of temporal punishment to be discharged either in this world or in the next in purgatory before the entrance to the kingdom of heaven can be opened to him, let him be anathema. So basically, if you say that you can have your sins wiped out and you don't have to go to purgatory, you don't have to have any further justification on your good works, pay your tithes, go to do all of the sacraments and all that, you're anathema. Like it just, the list goes on. And that's the Council of Trent. The Council of Trent was in I want to say 1582, 1545 to 63, and that has been confirmed all the way up till the most recent one was, I think, in the 1990s. So it still is effective to this day. And so, like, I'm just saying these are fundamental differences. When I can go here and we actually earlier today we read John 3:16. For God so loved the world that He gave His only Son, that whosoever believes shall not perish but have eternal life. We've read that multiple times earlier today when we were talking about different versions of the Bible. If I were to say that is salvation, and you don't need to obey the sacraments, you don't need to go to confession, you don't need to say your Hail Marys, you don't need to do that. According to the Catholic Church doctrine, not necessarily an individual Catholic, who I might be able to get along with just fine, but according to the Catholic Church doctrine, the leadership of the Catholic Church, I am anathema. I'm damned to hell. That is the stance of the Catholic Church to this day. I'm sorry, but there's no middle ground there. Either that's salvation or it's not salvation, right? So we do have a problem with that, and this is why that inability to, because there's no room for compromise. That's what led to a lot of the anger. There was an attempt to reform, right? There was an attempt to reform. That was the Reformation, reform the Catholic Church. But when they refused, they split off. There's persecution on both sides. There's wars fought and tragedies and horrible things done on both sides. It was a terrible time. But there is a definite difference where, remember I was talking about core values. The Catholics do not have the same belief of what makes up those core values about what it is to be saved and who is in Jesus. We'd agree that Jesus is the Son of God. Like, we agree on that. But what does it take to be saved? We fundamentally disagree. So we are on two different planes here. We're on two different faiths, really. That's nice. I already probably bought them all, but I'm going to... Thank you for the follow, by the way, earlier, a little bit ago. I'm sorry. Where did the purgatory idea come from? What is it, misreading the Sheol part that we talked about earlier, where there are people from before Christ had to wait? Before I give you what I think was the answer, let me see, because I think I did a study on all this church history. Let's see if I can pull that up. Augustine. So in the 400 ADs, Augustine was the one who's considered kind of the father of the Catholic Church. So he had a lot of written works that became major influences into the Catholic Church. And both sides of the argument would find things to like about Augustine, by the way. Luther had things he liked about it. John Calvin had things he liked about Augustine, and yet so did the Catholic Church. The popes and everybody had all sorts of things. But once his writings... basically, he is actually referred to as the father of Roman Catholicism. He taught the necessity of infant baptism, the perpetual virginity of Mary and her sinlessness. He taught purgatory and the real presence, quote unquote, real presence of Christ at communion. It's called transubstantiation. I don't want to get into too many things without. If people don't have genuine questions about those things, I don't want to be just trying to poke holes into things without giving respect to other viewers who might be Catholic and everything. But just to explain what that is, that's the belief, and this is another fundamental disagreement that because the Catholic view, we just talked about salvation being Christ alone, faith in Christ alone. Well, the Catholic view believes in sacraments. There's 7 sacraments, and if you're Orthodox, there's like a different number and things. But they believe you have to keep these sacraments. One of those is the Mass, is the Eucharist, is being able to take what us Protestants would often call communion, or the ordinances of communion, or whatever we might say. But the idea of taking the Eucharist is more than just going to church and remembering Jesus, and remembering the cross, the crucifixion, and all of that. It's not that. What it is a literal, not symbolic, literal re-sacrifice of Jesus every time. I'm sorry, Catholics might not be aware of this because it's probably not taught all the time. Maybe it is. I don't really know, but there is a belief. It's called transubstantiation, and basically there's a miracle that is done, performed by the priest. This is one of the reasons that the church claims that you can't be saved outside of the church, because only the priest can do this miracle, and without this miracle, you're not saved, according to them, because you have to keep the sacraments. The miracle is that only the priest has the power to do this, and that is by blessing the elements of the wine or juice and the bread or cracker, whatever you got. He literally is turning it into the body and blood of Christ. Literally. There's a second miracle, and that is that they don't taste like flesh and blood. And that's just a practical thing. But literally, they believe that this is, in fact, what's happening. And I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm not trying to be pithy or whatever about this. But that is the actual doctrinal belief, is transubstantiation, that Jesus is literally being consumed, and you are sacrificing him on that cross over, again, paying for your sins fresh, anew, each time you take it. This is actually why this idea that you have to re-sacrifice Jesus every time to repay for your sins every time, this is actually why Catholics will have a crucifix as a piece of jewelry or as a statue or something, and Protestants will have an empty cross. A crucifix is a cross with Jesus on it. A Protestant might have one because they think it looks great and it's reminding them of Jesus on the cross. But there's the actual reason is that Catholics are re-crucifying Jesus every time. It's only on Easter that the Catholics will pull out a cross that does not have Jesus on it, because he stays on the cross year round. He gets a day off on Easter. That is the belief. That's the belief. He has to repay for your sins every time. Every time you have to go to confession, we have to repay for it. We have to go and do Eucharist and pay for it. And so that's why you actually consume his body and blood, literal, every time. I'm trying to be careful to not be demeaning, but at the same time, I do find it because it leads millions, if not billions, because there are that many people in the Catholic Church. It leads that many people potentially astray. Now, Catholics have the Bible. They don't have to believe all this. They can believe the Bible itself and not the doctrines of the church. I don't know why they would stay Catholic, but they can be saved. They can be Christian. They have access to the same Bible. But the church is teaching them something different. And there is a righteous anger that I have towards false teachers who lead other people astray, who consciously are giving them a false gospel, and unfortunately, that is the stance of the Catholic Church. And I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm not trying to be demeaning, and I'm not trying to be offensive. But that's just where we're at. That's the reality of it. So my apologies if it came across that way. But there is a fundamental difference in what we believe that is more than just a style of church service. It is in what is salvation, what is the Bible, who is Christ. We can't just say, well, we're all believing in the same thing, because we are genuinely not believing in the same thing. So, I hope that isn't... I know it's abrasive at the very least. I'm not trying to be offensive. I understand that could be the consequence of it, of being offensive. But it's not my goal, is not to be offensive. It is to just point out these are fundamental differences that many, both Protestants and Catholics, are just completely just unaware of. That we actually do believe in a different gospel. We use the same terms, and that causes untold confusion, but we believe in a different gospel. See if I can get some gold. So I didn't set out today to try to offend my Catholic friends. That was not my goal. But I do try to answer questions as honestly and clearly as I can. That's not always easy. Everyone needs to go get economics. Unification, you've got to go. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Look forward to any future questions you may have. Thanks for being here. Just gonna go out here and get that. At least get a tavern or something. Get another one. It's a little expensive. So we have an income of those. Part of that guy, yeah. So Augustine, yeah. So he basically invented it. Oh, do I have anything? Here's what we can do. We were talking about got questions earlier. Let's just look that up there. This is a useful example, right? Where is? Closed the window. Okay, let's bring that back up. Work. There we go. Okay. Got questions. Purgatory. What does the Bible say about purgatory? There's a video. In Catholic theology, purgatory is a place where Christians' souls goes after death to be cleansed of the sins that have not been fully paid for during life. Is the doctrine of purgatory in agreement with the Bible? Absolutely. Okay, so they're being pretty firm about this. Absolutely not. An idea foundational to the doctrine of purgatory is that some of a believer's sin has not yet been paid for, but Scripture teaches that Jesus died to pay the penalty for all our sins. And here's your references here. I can even highlight that. You who are dead in your trespasses, this is Colossians 2:13. In the uncircumcision of your flesh, God made alive together with him, having forgiven us all our trespasses. The suffering servant of Isaiah took our place, but he was pierced for our transgressions, he was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed. Jesus suffered for our sins so we could be delivered from suffering. To say that we must also suffer for our sins is to say that Jesus' suffering was insufficient in some way. This is one of those things that I'm talking about where the nature of Jesus' salvation is fundamentally different, according to Catholics and Protestants. Jesus was his sacrifice was either sufficient or insufficient. For purgatory to exist, his sacrifice had to be insufficient. And the Bible does not teach that at all. In fact, it teaches very much so that he was sufficient. To say that we ourselves must atone for our sins is to deny the adequacy of the atoning. Here it is, the adequacy of the atoning sacrifice of Jesus, and the idea that those who are saved by grace through faith have paid for their sins after death is contrary to everything the Bible says about salvation. The primary scriptural passage Catholics point to for evidence of purgatory is 1 Corinthians 3. 10 through 15 pictures the Christian life as a building project with the caution that each one should build with care. Here's that passage. According to the grace that God's given me, like a skilled master builder, I laid a foundation and someone else is building upon it. Let each one take care how he builds upon it. Our work will be tested and will be shown for what it is, because the day will bring it to light. It will be revealed with fire, and the fire will test the quality of each person's work, is verse 13. At the judgment seat, which we actually talked about today, judgment seat of Christ, we must give an account for what we've done. This actually we didn't skip that one. That's the reward one. There's half dozen judgments. Goes on, if what has been built ourselves, the builder will receive the reward. If it is burned up, the builder will suffer loss, but yet will be saved, even though as only one escaping through the flames. So essentially, and it's going to go to I'll let it explain. I've done plenty of rambling. According to 1 Corinthians 3, if our works are of good quality, they will pass through the fire unharmed, and we will be rewarded for them. If our works are poor quality, they will be consumed by the fire, and there will be no reward. So they're interpreting this as purgatory. The fire is not literal in this passage any more than the gold is literal gold or hay is literal hay. The passage does not say that believers pass through the fire, but that the believers' works pass through the fire. That is, the works are put to the test. 1 Corinthians 3:15 refers to the believer escaping through the flames, not being cleansed by the flames. There's no purging of sin here, only a testing of works. Purgatory, like many other Catholic dogmas, misrepresents the nature of Christ's sacrifice. Catholics view the Mass, Holy Eucharist, as a re-representation of Christ's sacrifice. We talked about that just now, ignoring the fact that Jesus' once-for-all sacrifice was absolutely and perfectly sufficient. Catholics view meritorious work as contributing to one's salvation, rather than recognize Jesus' payment as has no need of an additional contribution from us. Okay, for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that is not of your own doing. It's a gift of God, not a result of works, that no one may boast. Similarly, purgatory is taught to be a place of cleansing in preparation for heaven, overlooking the truth that because of Jesus' sacrifice, we are already cleansed. We are also justified, forgiven, redeemed, reconciled, adopted, and sanctified. And we could go on, actually, with that. And the very idea of purgatory and the doctrines that are often attached to it, praying for the dead, indulgences, meritorious works on behalf of the dead, imply that Jesus' death was insufficient to pay the penalty for sin. This is the crux of all of this that I was just talking about. So was Jesus' death sufficient to pay for the sin or insufficient? The Bible says that Jesus, who is God, paid an infinite price for our sin by providing the only acceptable sacrifice. To limit Jesus' sacrifice to atoning for original sin or sins committed before salvation is an attack on his person and his work. If we, in order to be saved, must pay our own sin, then Jesus' payment was not enough. If ridding ourselves of sin requires us to suffer intermittently in purgatory, then Jesus' suffering and death did not provide a powerful, perfect, and sufficient sacrifice. Yeah, it's either or. It can't be both. Due to Christ's death and resurrection, the believer's position in heaven is as secure as can be. It is as if we're already there. It is by grace you have been saved, and God has raised us up with Christ and seated us with him in the heavenly realms in Christ Jesus. Ephesians 2. After death, believers are away from the body and at home with the Lord. That's what we're talking about in spirit. We're in heaven, away from the body. We'll have a resurrection later. We talked about that today. Notice that this verse does not say away from the body and in purgatory, suffering and cleansing fire, because of the powerful, perfect, and sufficient sacrifice of Jesus. We are taken immediately into the Lord's presence when we die, because we are in Christ. We are fully cleansed, free from sin, glorified, and perfected. So even though that was a long time for me to read that, it was probably still faster to read that than for me to ramble and explain it all. So hopefully that helps out. We're all part of the Catholic Church. So the term Catholic does mean universal. And in fact, the Apostles' Creed, I believe it is, uses the term the Catholic Church in the sense of universal. That was before the actual Catholic Church became what is now the Catholic Church. So in the sense of there is a universal church, there is that. But to be part of that, you have to believe that Jesus is the one who gets us there. Not that we can have him help us along and then we pay for the rest, which is what purgatory and by extension the rest of the Catholic beliefs there are founded on, which are fundamentally different. So no, I wouldn't say that we're part of the same Catholic Church. So you can use the term Catholic in the sense of universal to refer to anyone who would agree that Jesus is the only way to heaven. People who have share that same belief are part of that same universal church. But if the church says Jesus is insufficient, then that's not the same church that I'm part of. And that's why I use Jesus as CV and ride his yeah, we're riding his coattails. It's nothing I can do. I can't help him at all. In fact, any help I do is actually kind of an insult. If I'm saying like, hey, you needed this, and it's the Bible calls it filthy rags. All our righteousness are as filthy rags. We can't help him. He did it entirely of his own. You're gonna hold off further questions till another time. That's fine. That's fine. Distress Me says thank you. You have got to go. A lot to think about, and thanks to. Hope we get to talk again soon. Have a great evening. You too. And I really am thankful for all of you guys and all of your questions. Like I am not offended or hurt when somebody says I disagree or anything, or I've got a tough question, or any of the things we talked about today. That's why I'm here. I'm glad you guys feel comfortable to where you can ask the questions, and I hope we continue having the great conversations. This has been a wonderful conversation. Really, thank you. So this is like, before I stream, I pray about the stream, and I pray for you guys. We have a prayer list and things, but I also pray for opportunities like this. So thank you. Thank you for being an answer to prayer. Sage Cole asks if I'm an actual pastor. Yes. So I was a pastor in a church for 13 years. I am now in a different church, and I serve in a support role in the office. I'm still ordained. I can still do weddings and funerals and all those things. There was not some scandal, but I have moved to a different stage in life. And so I made myself available here to answer questions like we're doing today, but I don't actively preach. So, yeah. I have preached, like I have several times where I will be asked to do things, but it's not my primary role. You want to get this, but we're getting close to the end of the week, so we need to make sure our growth is there. Vampire growth, yeah. So my guy here just got that. That's cool. I'm glad you like it. And just so you know, you can ask anything you want. We have had a lot of talk today. If you feel like you'd be more comfortable asking on Discord, I'll share that link because it's been a minute. I've got a Discord and a whole section based off of, like, made for questions and answers, or even just prayer requests for people to ask for a prayer. And it's not just me. We've got a whole community there that'd be praying for you. Oh no, the only scandal has a lot to do with sledges. We don't talk about that. All right, are we gonna build something before I leave? Mage Guild 2, perhaps? It's about all I can afford. Sure, get some spells. I guess we'll get some of these Death Knights. I don't know what I'm doing with them. All right, and then we need to figure out where we're going because honestly, it's week 3, almost the end of week 3, and I fully expect the AI to already be far. We're on the hardest difficulty, and I have not been truly paying attention. So we're probably doomed, and that's okay. The stream was a success regardless. I just need to start thinking about where do I need to go to try to salvage some of this. So, for example, I could look for unit producing buildings. We could try to challenge some of the tougher things. I think we got most of the resource generations, although there might have been something. I thought, there's gems here. That's not... Yeah, where are we? Oh, yeah, we're right here. Oh, that's not too far. Battle. Oh, we can get the university along the way. That's not bad. That's not bad. Get a hero here. Maybe it'll be something. 56. Any of these ranged? Oh, I'm not losing my vampires. No. We're battling this. All right, you guys are ranged, but they're both ranged. It's gonna be bad then. I can see why we lost so many. Applies to all friendly. That would be nice. So I could do my master web, but it only is going to work on the Minotaur. $65. Like I have no spell power at all, do I? 90. Do 1. Yeah, we're gonna take some losses. I didn't realize that those were archers. I wouldn't have done it. Like I can't tell all the units. Just have minus 15% damage. Turn order. I could possibly, early start, I could get my archers ahead. I'm still ahead of the other archers. That's still... Potentially also add speed, but no. The upgrade version, I think, can do it. This does nothing. So I think just lowering their damage might be the way to go. And these guys are going first. These ones are probably going to do way more damage. They're higher tier. Oh, the dogs are locked. Wait a minute. Oh, I swapped the two. The dogs are in the wrong spot. Yep, there goes my... Because this one's going next, we're going to target that. That's a nightmare. Who did it? The grave robbers did it. Dogs out. Faction for nightmares. So it's tempting to do this just so next turn I can go into melee range of them, but we're going to lose so many of these. 50! 50! I don't want to take that space up. I'll let the vampires do it. You're just going to go charging forward here. Wow. I have no spell power. I have no spell power. I don't know what the counterattack's going to look like. I think I can resurrect one in a second. I think you get more... No, you don't get more damage the farther you move. I thought you did. I'm feeling like those are actually going to be the main threat. Got a few resurrected ones, so it's still just... I regret everything about this battle. 88? These things are so worthless. Did just get 158 of them back. What? Okay. Resurrected one, lost him again. Yep. I think that might have been worse. 81 of my skeletons is probably not worth losing. Dead and can revive. So I have a... No, that's the grave robber, guys. Out of energy, aren't I? I don't know how strong this is, but I don't feel like it's going to do very much. I'm going to release the hero. Oh. What, you're level 15? Okay. Still kind of awful, but do you have a... Wow. Any different spells? I didn't realize releasing them might have higher levels. I think these are pretty terrible. I mean, individually they're actually fine, but I since it's not combining into anything, like if I had gotten the progenitor here, 200% creature growth, like, yeah. So we're still just gonna have you, because you can't even learn like economy, so that you're less useful to me than the other ones are. You're just gonna convert your units and then get sold. Sorry. I don't know. I don't know if I'm making a terrible mistake or what, but easy battle. So it says. What is the AI doing with my units there? Okay, out of mana. Wait for them to move closer. This is full damage. The other one's not. I'm probably going to lose something here, aren't we? Go for this guy because my archer is probably going to hit that other one because it's full damage. Yeah, it's full damage. I'm going to save up for my Gravediggers to have some more stats. 3. 12. Essentially a whole lot of damage. Might just go ahead and absorb the counterattack. Painful. I'm gonna get some new units off of this one. No, I'm not, because you're not alive. Aww. Fail. Call me Kurt followed. Thank you for being here. Hope you're enjoying it. And we're gonna kill like 2. What do you want me to do? I have dairy-free chocolate chips. Thank you, Mrs. Druski. Let's call him Kurt. I agree. Chat is wondering where's their portion. We already ate it. They were in the freezer too. Best kind. Yeah, I'm just gonna let you take a hit. Sorry. Didn't actually kill any. That's very surprising. Oh well. I didn't lose a vampire. We'll call that a win. We'll call that a win. Minus 50% attack to all enemy creatures. Seems okay. Or they minus 1 damage. That's tough. That's tough because the larger the group is, the better that more effective it is. We'll just do this though. Here. Okay. Sadly, these are not ones we're looking for. If we're going for the other one, it would have been great. Do I go for the fortifications just to get more quantity of units? Is that the tier 6? I think that's... Yeah, it's a tier 6. Get very many. I'm gonna just go for the fortification here. Same question. Might and Magic was on the Commodore 64. So I don't remember I got started with Heroes 3. But Might and Magic was a different like genre than Heroes of Might and Magic. And it was older, and it might very well have been on Commodore 64. I'm sure there's a history out there. But yeah, there was a whole series of the Might and Magic games, and then Heroes of Might and Magic was almost like an accident. I think they were making like a King's Bounty sequel or something, and they decided to use the Might and Magic theme when they made Heroes. Cheaper. I have to build 2 things though. Bear growth by 2. Nice. Ultima, yeah. Actually, wait, you still need to go get... this. And I assume everyone else has gotten it? Economy... haven't gotten it yet. Where are you? I'm getting it now. Then I think you're going back to that town. Yep, you are. Prepared. Transport the new crop. I'm not really sure I have other uses. What skill is that? Check that. Yeah, because you're not going there, so somebody else. We're doing this for the resources. Back to town. Gotta get our mana back. Sadly, we didn't get that level, and we didn't... oh, hold on. And I have no mana because I keep using it. We're gonna need money. We're gonna be recruiting in a second. about to buy. This is more growth. Got to sit here because I need your mana back. That's right. We've upgraded the liches. What do we want? So the pestilent hits an AoE, right? Yeah, area strike. Triggers all effects applied to target instantly using their full remaining duration. So if I do like the bleeds and stuff on this, then that would trigger those. Cost an ability point. They have the same damage? No, this one is guaranteed max damage. More attack. This one has less. It's initiative as well, but each attack restores 20% damage dealt as hit points to all friendly creatures. Increase the amount of XP gained by the hero, and then restores hit points to a friendly creature. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. What are we short of? Dust? Yeah. Ooh. I need that. Get the Mage Guild 3 while my hero's there. Now we get the fortifications. Some more units to convert. And one or the other. It's the tier 5 and tier 6, I think. Right? It's my tier 5 is the archers. Not. Do we have to do it on our way up? Houston, we can get this. Dead end? That is a dead end. Okay. And then last day. I'm short for getting these. Getting more luck is actually kind of interesting. I've been kind of stacking that. Special week? Why did we have the happy music? Doesn't look like a special week. Doesn't cost gold. We're going to use all our gold right now. So. I might get both those marketplaces. I don't think there's any gold left for me to scavenge. Gotta use the marketplace. Although there is... Where is it? There. Better marketplace. Aha. some gem income. Another hero we could go get. Somewhere over here. Yeah, there's the gold mine. I want to go get that now. It's 2 levels worth. We've got archers, so I'm going to lose stuff no matter what. I'll just accept it. I like it when they can't land a counterattack. But then I have to pay attention. We just make everyone else have plus luck. Negative effects. I have a lot of potential like dot damage that we could do. Trade penalties. Sub-skills of offense, avatar, siegecraft, combat. I'm not using those, am I? So I used all my mana in that one auto-calc. Ah! That's the movement, not the mana. Now they're difficult fights. $39 minus 24, so we have what, 415? 486. Oh. Easy peasy. I've got 11. And still have 11. We didn't resurrect him. I'm out of... I don't know. Logistics, battle magic, wisdom. Logistics. We got the other things. Really don't have a use for you. I'm struggling to have a use for everybody. Go and recruit all those things. The other ones are waiting. Should have got that first. Not getting the ones we need. We're still looking for sorcery, scouting. It's our last freebie. The next one we're going to be locked in whatever it is. Is there a university that we know of that we haven't already? Because we had the one. War pit up there. Crystal mine. It's a normal battle? I like the artifact there too, and we get Lich growth. Let's go north. We didn't get everybody, but it's close enough. Get that too. Now that you have economics, there's a chance we level that. And then I don't know. You, we're gonna go and recruit those. Like, if I care about those, and I might just stay back and get the other units. Those 10 next turn. We're 5 points away from the next tier. I know we're gonna want this. "33 archers. Ooh, scouting. Hey, it's close. Misclick. Misclick. Alright, we haven't upgraded those yet, so we get more at least. Okay, so now we need sorcery. My luck's at 4. I can get another one. Let's go ahead and do that. 5 should be the max, right? I don't have regular. Oh, hold on. Don't I have like a thing? Or is that was the hive where they upgrade? You buy upgraded guys. So nice. I increase those stats still, don't I? Out of the energy. Weekly vampire growth. It says it's easy. Ugh. Sight radius doubled if you have luck. We'll have all the sight. We're not trying to get wisdom. And we already have, I think, a reduction in terrain penalty. Mana restored. We need to get our necromancy points restored. I got a guy following up to do that. Economics. Ah. places left to explore. Just waiting for the AI to come bursting through. Although he's got, if he does, then that he's already cleared the middle. It's something I've totally failed to do myself. You're gonna sit here, get your mana and energy back. I think I get that back. Stores up to refills each week, or when the hero has no stack of that tier in their army. Is it really just a weekly thing? Huh. What? I think I settled on the blue ones before, but check here. The blue ones curse, stackable curse, 20% conversion. They have some defense. These ones have no defense. 40% life, focuses. Yeah, it forces the enemy to move. So this is about. It's the memory devour thing. This is 20%. That's 40%. They can actually make a bigger... Their defense is they have to land the hit first, and then they get more units stacked. Which I could try that. The green one. Cane power. Cane dust, I mean. Not bad. I'm not happy with this. Hold on, I'm about to have a runner. The other one in. Need to get those dogs upgraded. Maybe we wait a day. Getting 10 dust a turn. We should probably be able to get it next turn. Oh, well, if I upgrade them, I can't join up with my army. Actually, like that's actually a problem right now. This won't be able to join up anyway. The guys we just got there. Not great. I'm still gonna get my mana back. Don't really know what I'm doing with everyone. You're just heading back here. Well, I was gonna pick up stuff along the way. What it's worth. It's hard. I guess I can upgrade my creatures here. Normal battle, it says. So if I... 2 turns to meet up. Just meet up. Take what I can. Wait, where's my mana? Did I not wait in turn in town? The town doesn't have a mage guild, does it? Ah, you don't have a mage guild. That would explain it. Okay. This, I think our hero is going to be walking back here. Plus 1 counterattack per round. Enemy non-necropolis creatures deal less and take more. Your non-necropolis creatures gain the opposite. Yeah, so if I wanted to do that. Native terrain thing. I can make it. I need to make it always native terrain. Rates of power. Some really good options here. I'm sorry. Days until game end? I thought this was, you know, we fight each other scenario. I don't think there's any way I can do this, but okay. We get mana back. Other guy still has his other creatures. Really? Just, you know. Doing good, doing good. GG! Can I do this? Oh, I can only do it once. Well, go back in town, get my mana back? No? Okay. We go fight an impossible battle. I can't even leave yet. Difficult. Yeah, this one, those guys are awful though. They make you fight kill your own units. Impossible, impossible. This one's on the road and I need the movement. So we're gonna have to just go fight that. Or die trying. Wow. What an anticlimactic way to go here. Could have built the mage guild before I left, but I was distracted, shall we say? Shocked, even? Oh, this bag's nice. Have anything about movement? trying to, you know, get a little stronger for this. Haha. 36. Look at that. I don't even know if I play it out, I don't know if I'm going to do any better. I might, in fact, do worse. That's so awful. The game's just like, surprise, you lose. Yeah, slow. Still reach me. Maybe those ones won't on the corner. Low morale. It's actually really nice. I'll take it. Two to 6. My stack of 500 gets 2 to 6. Now is this... You don't have the AoE hit, right? Not. I thought they all lost their turn. They had low morale. I'm sorry, what is... Does low morale just lower your initiative? It used to be you lost a turn. What exactly does low morale do? Because they just took a turn. We're still turn 1. Oh, GG. We're about to get absolutely slaughtered here. Oh, go get 40% units to get killed. 39? 36? Hey, we actually gained some. Are they all immune to fire? No. Not that this will do any damage. 175? Yeah, 1. None of this is going to be changing anything. We're going to need our points to resurrect things. Oops. We haven't lost 2,000 life yet there. Just one. summoned. I'm not even sure I'll win this. I was going to bring some skeletons in, but too late for that. Maybe that's useful. They don't get to take a turn this round, sadly. Counter. Do these not have counterattacks? It doesn't say. It just doesn't say. Units always have counterattacks. I just wish you could tell if they still had one. I mean, if I can keep resurrecting these things, I'm going to say that's worth it. I can do one more resurrect. In 2 turns. Ugh. Not nearly as good as I thought. Still pretty good, just not nearly. Alright, you're going to get the summon instead then. I don't really want to leave this tile. new round? Must be a new round. Yeah, if I win, I can exit the zone. We can at least see what it looks like before the AI destroys us. Because he's max level AI. He's going to absolutely have way more than I have. But I hope to see him. Be ashamed to just lose the game for no reason. I didn't know that that was the terms for the game. I don't know if this is worth leaving my tile. Wait. It said low morale, and he... Was it this one got low morale? Oh, there's one right next. Yeah. I didn't see that one there. That's bad news bears. Counterattack's just gonna annihilate my stack here. Round. Lucky strike, so it doesn't counterattack, I think. They do counterattack with Lucky Strike. Answered that one. Oh, whatever. Why are they not getting counterattacks? Hold on. Do I have? Yeah, I don't have the thing where they can't counterattack. I don't know what's... I don't know. Nice. Five more archers for good measure. Well, we can definitively say that was better than what the AI had for me. Easy fight. Yeah. That's all right. Sure. Sight radius. This is why we need the sight radius, to see the guy before he just destroys me. Exact arming composition. Like, we might just click this just to see it. Yeah, let's see. Hey, sorcery, there was the last one I needed. Perfect. There's an undefended town right here. Look at this. They got it. I can't get one tile. Ah! Why am I here? I don't know. I feel like at least we got some value out of those things. That they kind of saved the day. The fact that I was able to resurrect those things so many times. I'll go get the skeletons. Too late for the fortification 2. Days until defeat. Yeah. Send more troops. So you meet up with you. Pass everything over. Why not have a scroll? Okay, and then you go back. And you not get in the way. You go meet up with you. Reinforcements! We're so prepared. We have an army again, chat. Here, have that too. You need that. Fun that. It does have a mage guild. If I sit here, I can get mana back. I'm just gonna use it for spell power. Wells? Mythic magic school. That's awesome. Not actually seen that. Remote footholds are cool. I don't think I have any around. It lets you like deposit things and then pick them up wherever. Well, wherever another foothold is. Triggers 1 week of creature growth in all cities in the first week. It's kind of amazing. Kind of amazing. I can't afford to sit here. Well, if I'm going to actually fight a battle, I guess I need to. We're under the assumption that in 2 days' time I can reach whatever it is. And I'm going to need mana for that. Like, for the battle at the end of it, which is not going to be much of a battle. He's going to steamroll me. But if we're going to pretend like we have a chance, I need that mana. So, here we go. Yeah, you just broke through that week 1. Yeah, probably should have. I don't know why I didn't. There's nothing else that I can pick up to help me on the road. It's an artifact merchant. I mean, I don't have 54,000. Get a sword. I don't think I have any weapon at all. Okay, let's get a sword. And get level 2 of that. Okay. Let's go and find the enemy. Stuff all around. I'm assuming it's in the center area. Not reveals the towns. This might. Found him! Wait a minute, wait a minute. What is that? That's a chance right there. That's a chance. He's got a lot of the mid-range. He's got a lot of the mid-range. Now we have to actually take the town too, but we gotta... I can refill my mana too. So why not? Okay. We're gonna try. The autocalc is favorable. You know, I'd probably mess it up. I'd probably mess it up. I'm gonna accept. Get all your loot. Get the pig. Not having magic damage now, we just took out the hero. It's 6 days until victory. Huh. How the turntables, huh? Interesting. The most unexpected series of events. And I don't think that's his only hero. I think he's going to have other heroes. But this doesn't reveal heroes. What? Let's do this. Supposed to be relic levels. He has not cleared much. He took this pathway. You can see how there's like resources, no resources. So he went from here. He has cleared a bunch. Then this is like his homeland. Okay. It's cheaper than the town portal. Now I can... Huh. I am very surprised. Freebies. I'm glad we were optimistic and got our mana and everything before that fight. Where's everybody? Okay, we got Southern Castle. Let's go get Northern Castle. I'd actually afford to recruit that. North. Go did we manage that? Yeah. Just, no. Actually, I'm kind of tired of running out of mana. Let's do that. That's great. Just be productive. For money, right? I do want to get that. Okay, whatever. Not saving anything. I think he had to break through and almost killed him. Yeah, I kind of agree. Though it's also possible that he has another hero. Oh, I thought I was using it my previous turn. Now I have to wait another turn. That's not great. Oh, should have converted that before. Okay, why is my hero not back yet? Hold on. It said... What's the deal? Hold on. Okay, leave the guild. Oh, okay. I have to actually click something. I probably could have got him back yesterday. That's a little... Ooh, yeah, I should have actually clicked some of these, because, like, their minimum damage is increased. Yeah, I should have been clicking on these. Do 2 of those. Probably don't need to seek him out. I'm just doing it anyway, aren't I? Like, the AI might not be smart enough to come to me in the next 4 turns. We just win by default, but who wants that? I didn't claim this town. I guess I forgot how much scouting I really have here. 20 squares? I don't know. That's not going to be much more. Let's do it. We want to see. Oh yeah, okay. You've got a hero. And it's a nobody. Huh. How'd you leave? There's more than one exit, but it had to have been further down. I'm very, very shocked, by the way.
It'd be a classic case of the AI not being very bright if we win this. Not because Druski was so bright. The AI's lack thereof. Actually fit this. Which one of those I want? I don't know which one of those I want. Merchant of Death. Poison. Summons 2 times the amount of units. Okay. And in turn, you can get whites instead. Or generates focus points whenever a friendly creature dies. Then pet. What are the raw stats? Okay, you get way more defense. Less base damage. 1 less base damage, but way more attack and defense. 1 more speed. I'm just gonna go with the Kennel Master. What was the other one? The pets here? I think we went with the red one for the... I don't know why. No, I actually want the green one for the wound. Hold on. And you actually get... You got movement, so you're going to be the one to go. Swap them. Well, we haven't seen another hero, so I guess our theory that he had to like kill himself breaking through wherever he did that at might be the case. But I thought for sure he had another hero that actually had an army. Do it again, we swap. Can you reach this one? No. I don't see any reason to attack to go in there. Movement spotted. Another hero. Didn't look like big numbers. And we got that ability where we actually see the specific amount, so it's not like this is an estimate. We're okay. Victory. Well, it wasn't the way we planned or even expected, but that was just a win on 200% on max difficulty. Not at all the way I would have expected. That map, I thought it didn't say anything of the sort of the... Can't believe that we went from losing to the game. I mean, that was kind of exciting that the game forced us to break through, take a huge risk, go charging out there in a blaze of glory, and Raffle stomped him. But what we did was this one, Victor's Condition City Hold. Okay, it does say it. I guess I just had thought that City Hold was like your capital city. Yeah, easy peasy. Like, I'd really just thought that that was your capital city that you have to hold, and that was about it. Okay. Well, before, like, I think what we're going to do here, I'm not going to start a new campaign, but I will feature something that I think a lot of people haven't had a chance to kind of see and just to kind of be able to show something. Yeah, I think the city hold was that city, a specific city, and it was the middle one. And the AI took it, and then I was like, okay, I need to go get it. Like, it was clear that that was the case once it was. But starting the map, I didn't know that that was going to be how that works. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do a quick start and do an arena. I didn't think I had to go to a load screen for this. Okay, here we go. So this is just going to be a quick battle against an AI. I'm assuming that the AI is at a difficulty worthy, but it's kind of a cool thing. Like, it's just a quick way to play the game. Just do a quick battle. So we're going to pick our hero. Minotaur Growth, not going to help us, but a special Chain Lightning might. Immune to negative effects in battles and on the global maps. These creatures take minus magic damage and additional minus 2% for every 3 hero levels. I think we're going to do this. Loses half as much damage when jumping. When casting, effective skill power is increased by 1 for every 3 levels. I mean, it's a useful spell. This is a druid, so, and I don't think we can get the specialty things. We can't get expert. We're getting advanced. Let's go for the sorcery. Cooldown of abilities. No cooldown. Magic damage. Bonus doubled if you have offense. Let's see if we can find offense. Expert sorcery. All spells belonging to magic schools of heroes learn, gain a level. Ignore the resistance. We don't know what we're going to get. It is primal magic, so it's a little late for that now. Okay. I think we're going to go with the primal. Because primal skills will gain 1 level, and that should be our... It doesn't say... It doesn't say that it's maxed out. So that's why I'm basing this off of that. I want to max it out. Cooldown reduced, yeah. Expert primal. Cooldown reduced by 2 rounds. Okay, so I should be able to cast Chain Lightning every round, I think. And it should be level 4 is the max. Let's try it. There's offense. Let's grab that. Range units if we can. No Nightshade. I don't know what sort of units we're getting. Let's just minus their defense. Extra morale? I mean, we do have like sorcery and things. I could just go for the advanced arcane, but I should have it set up to where I can cast like lightning every turn. So I don't think I really. Well, we might have regrets. I don't know. Enemy morale. I don't really have. Like we're gonna we're just gonna reduce the enemy morale. Focus charges at the start, but we can get focus charge limit. I don't know what we're looking for. Which mana do we have? 30. Mana. Terrible thing, but we have no mana. Gain initiative. That's actually going to be huge here. Okay. All of the hero's arcane spells have levels. Neutral. Some defense there. We're planning on casting primal. 2 to all. I think we don't need to reduce cooldown. And 2 to all. They're both Angelic Alliance. I feel like since these are the same, let's go for the belt because I feel like there's strong shields out there that are stronger than other belts. Enemy luck. But it's a slot that we might not get otherwise. Although just getting 1 more morale might be a big deal. We actually have some morale. Yeah. Cooldown for enemy creatures. Overtime spells cast by the hero last around longer. Luck. Heroic Strike restores mana. I might need that. I might need that. Angelic Alliance. Can I see? I can't see if the 2 set does me any good. 2 to everything. Because we already have the belt for the set. All arcane spells. That's right. I don't actually have like the all primal spells. I guess I only need the lightning. I'm gonna click that. -2 to enemy morale. Look, that's actually significant, isn't it? Creature abilities ignore 40%. Ooh, but that is the offhand. That's a ton of, like, between what our skill and everything, they'll have -3 morale. Extra melee damage, but it's a weapon. Some knowledge, some morale. That'll max us out on the morale. Or knowledge to actually cast things. I think with 100 mana, let's go 140. Okay. Summon Primal Remnant. I've never seen those. Let's get it. Let's get it. Because Primal Magic, I guess we only have +2. I thought we had like +3. Primal Souls gain +1 level. I thought it's a... Maybe it was the two rounds I saw? Yeah, but wait. +1 level here. +1 level here. Oh, I thought I got another level from the sorcery. So that's just the 2. I thought I had 3. Sad. Very sad. We're going to miss out on some, like, hit all target thing. Anyway, this is max level, or it's higher level. Obstacles it creates. Target friendly creature gains double strike and deals and takes 25 takes 25%, yeah. I mean, we could put that on an archer though. Reduce the duration of all negative effects. Firewall, I mean... I'm still planning on just casting Chain Lightning everywhere. Web. This is Primal Magic. Why is this not leveled? These are all Primal Magic. Why are they not leveled? Why is the Daylight Magic leveled? Okay, so I think what's happening here, I guess my understanding was incorrect. It's a leveled up spell. I am going to add +2 to my primal spells, but this I could probably get as a +2 Daylight Magic. Yes. I don't know if I really need it, but hey, Armageddon. See, yeah, if it was all creatures... I'm not going to use any of these. Not going to use any of these. Just get a focus charge. Obstacles. We get 3 obstacles. I'm assuming that I'll still get those. This is just because I haven't seen it. I'm clicking it. Alright, and we're just all the range, right? I don't have a lot of Angelic Alliance. I might decide to do this guy instead of mixing. You're sharpshooter. Like we're gonna lose out on some morale, but I don't know how much we're gonna lose. I'm gonna grab it. Giant toad. Okay, so we've got 2.5 archer type units. I don't know anything about these guys. I can get a tank. I can't swap you for archers. These can summon 250 of them. Not really excited about those. Remove the spellbook again. Use the spellbook again. Spell power knowledge. What is my spell power? Oh. Okay, let's see. All right. Ow. All right, Masterful Chain Lightning, level 4. So deals 1125 damage to the target enemy creature, then jumps 4 times to random targets, dealing less damage each time. And it does have a 1-turn cooldown. I could still just cast something useful. Let's cast something useful. Like we would have a cooldown for next. Like we'd have it next turn, which was the original plan. Oh, we can't use this. I forgot that's a whole rule that we're locked out of that spell school. Fine. Web something that needs to be slowed. Any of those at all. but I would get some mana back. Wait, did it said 4 kills? I looked, I blinked. Did it not kill anything? Target and all adjacent enemies to it. I feel like I just got scammed. By the threat. Oh, it didn't jump. I thought I was just hitting the farthest one, because in the old school days, like, you could actually chain lightning onto yourself. So I was like, the farthest one away is safe. Apparently, random target within 3 hexes. Yeah, 4 hexes away. Fail. I would only been able to hit these 3 max anyway. Like, they're all too far. So I could have done 3. That would have been better than what I did. Rather surprised there. Got 15? No. Never tried this before. Oh, it won't let me? Okay. Guess not. And you have to go. This thing still hasn't gone yet. Trying to stay out of its reach. Do that right here, and this guy doesn't get counterattacked. He goes. Ow. Max morale. Okay, mana. Morale and luck. Okay. Let's see, does this random target? Yeah, this could hit my own guys. Yeah, we wanted to see this. Oh, that's where those guys come from. I'm wondering. Could have done make it. What do you think, chat? We'll be all right. Well, it's still a fun thing, and I think you can do that in multiplayer. Draft an army and go toe to toe. I just haven't looked at it, but I just like the process of the draft. It's a cool thing. But I do think that's all I'm going to do today. That was a lot of fun. We had some great conversation. I thoroughly enjoyed that too. I hope you guys did as well. If you're like, well, what conversation? I missed it. Yeah, it was a lot. We had a lot of theological questions, big ones too. So that was all throughout this video. I don't have timestamps for you. Maybe someday we will, but right now you just have to go find it. But it was a great time. It was a good conversation, I think, and I hope that everyone enjoyed it as much as I did. If you are brand new to the channel, I'm glad you're here. As a family-friendly channel, I want to just give you some other opportunities as well. I'm going to share some links here. You can use promo code Pastor Druski, get a free month on both of these services. One with VidAngel will help. You can filter out things that you find objectionable in your TV and movie streaming, or you can use Covenant Eyes for filtering and accountability. Big one on accountability and with your internet browsing. And so whether to protect your family, whatever that might look like at your home. And so those are some things that I have there that are available. I also have a Patreon that I have other questions and answers that I've posted on that. I've got some, I don't know, half dozen, maybe a lot more than that. I don't know, where people have asked big questions, particularly over on our Discord, and I've used it for benefit for everyone, kind of turned it into a blog. I don't have any paywall on the Patreon site. There's nothing you can pay for. It's literally just a place to put all of these things together in like a blog. If you want to support me through that, you certainly can. But it's there, and you can find the various questions and answers on that as well. And just for good measure, since we're sharing and spamming links, I'll give you the Discord as well. Go ahead and think about joining that. In addition to just the games and the news and the memes and everything that are on that, we have a whole section on faith. You can ask questions there. You can ask for prayer requests as well. We got a whole community that'll pray for you. So I hope you've enjoyed it. Once again, I've thoroughly enjoyed today. Thank you so much for it. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow during our stream. I think we're still playing some more heroes, but we will I'll leave it as still as a mystery for, because there might be some other things next week. We've got some new games coming out for sure. So all right, everyone, thanks for being here. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Good night. God bless.